Thank you very much, honorable members and all the participants. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to Bari and Italy. I hope you had good flights to this place. We now want to start our program. And I believe each one of you is having a copy of it. And straight away, I want to start by saying that although many people agree that we need to phase out fossil fuels, but we have not yet reached a consensus. Some people still disagree. And there are fundamental questions which we need to all together address. And question number one is what? What fossil fuels do we want to phase out? Do we know them? Is everybody aware about their impact on environment and in causing climate change? So we need to define the what. We are also having another fundamental question of how. How is this phase out going to be carried out? That is another question. Number three is who. Who should phase out this fossil fuel? Is it everyone, or some people are going to be exempted? And where around the world, where should this fossil fuel be phased out? Or it is on the entire globe? Another question is why? Why should we phase out? We need some people to explain why it should be phased out or why it should not be phased out. And when is this? When are we going to do that? When? Is it now or in future? And where will the funds come from? That's another question. Where will the funds to do all this come from? Is it from public funds? Is it from private? And if it is public or private, is the funds going to be used for phasing out? Or some people can term it for phasing in. And that's why we are here, especially on the sideline of the G7 meeting, where actually a good number or a good amount of the funds are coming from as far as some of these issues are concerned. So what is the argument? What is the argument of the G7? If many are saying we should go renewable, the money, apparently, the G7 plays a very key role in a source of the money to fund some of these activities, including renewables. But how much of that money is reaching the hotspots where this money is actually needed so that we can phase out? Can we listen to each other on this so that we have a way forward for humanity and the planet? And this is why we are here for this hearing and inquiry, so that we can check the progress and move together to protect the planet and the entire humanity. And around these issues I've raised, there are experts who can tell us more on this. And straight away, I would like to invite Margarita Romanelli, we World local host, to make her opening remarks. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed policymakers and government leaders, experts, and the representatives of civil society as well, is truly an honor and privilege to state before you today as a representative of civil society in our country. And participating to this 4 public inquiry for the estimated initiative of parliamentarians for fossil-free future. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share our collective analysis, ideas, and unwavering commitment to transition towards alternative models and development in response to the immense challenges we face in today's world. First, I would like to emphasize that I consider this opportunity, especially this one, to recognize this event at G7 particularly useful for broadening the basis for dialogue and participation in a forum such as the G7 that today represent no more than 40% of the world economy and just over the 15% of world's population. So then cannot take decision for everyone. And the presence here today of an important group of representatives from countries outside G7 and in a multiplicity of actors is the only direction we need to go in order to solve the complex challenges we are all called upon to deal with. So we cannot escape from being together in this aim. Among these, the triple environmental crisis is more than ever the terrain where social, economic, and cultural aspects come together. So then in the discussion that follow, we have to take in consideration the interweaving of the 3 aspects. And the inseparable connection between human rights and natural rights underscores the urgent need for justice that recognize our interdependency and the imperative to prioritize the well-being of all living beings without perpetrating inequality. As we delve into the rich program of the discussion and insight planned for today, I remark the urgency to embrace the radical and urgent choices that transcend conventional thinking and business as usual. It's not the time to carry out activities decision in the same way we did till now. The current polycrisis scenario demands ambitious and decisive action from G7 countries, putting together vision, but also concrete commitments. This is what we ask from the G7. The environmental challenges we face to which G7 countries have contributed most, we have to say, from climate change to biodiversity loss to the devastating impact of pollution, require immediate and concrete steps towards a sustainable future. Instead, the result of European elections, the forthcoming election in UK and the USA, risk delivering a scenario in which this G7 wait and see with a little impact. So this is the risk, and we hope that this will not occur. In this context, we wish that the Italian presidency of G7, so we ask to our president, blustered by the recent European election, demonstrate the leadership to guide G7 in taking a decision that citizens expect, with attention to avoid any potential backsliding on both G7 previous commitments and that the Ministerial Conference on Energy, Climate, Finance, and Nature stated. We call upon the G7 governments to take all the action on several crucial fronts. Firstly, we must swiftly move away from fossil fuel, the reason why we are here, by implementing the agreements set for COP28 and committing the concrete plans to limit global warming to 1.5 centigrades, such as issues the emission reduction plans by the end of the year. It includes a clear timeline for phasing out coal in 2035, reaffirming without ambiguities and loopholes from the direction outlined at the G7 Climate, Energy and Environmental Ministry in Bari, and developing action plans and transition away from the fossil fuel, including natural gas. The latter, the natural gas, cannot be accepted as so-called transitional fuels. We should be very clear on this, such as other technologies like biofuels cannot. Secondly, we must accelerate the transition to a fully renewable based power sector by 2035. Thirdly, we must decisively eliminate support for oil and other fossil fuel and uphold the G7 commitment, previous to phase out international support. The substantial funds currently allocated to fossil fuel subsides, we talk about 7.1 trillion of US dollar, must be redirected towards renewable energies investment, supporting vulnerable people, communities, countries through the transition. This is what we ask and what is necessary to do. So then funds are available, but should be deployed in the right way. In addition, the process needs to be led by meaningful implementation of the underpinning Agenda 2030 imperative of rights-based approach. This is the only paradigm that we think should lead our action. In the last 3 years, my organization has made different surveys among thousands of European youth. All data reports then 2 out of 3 of youth are very seriously concerned about climate change, and more than 70% indicates governments and private companies having the main responsibility in preventing climate change. Only 1 out of 3 consider governments doing enough to induce private companies to reduce their climate impact. This is the voice of future generation, and this is what we have to keep in mind and back our activities. We therefore reiterate the crucial role that must be played by public institutions, and hope that the G7 will reaffirm this aspect, assuming as a duty-bearer guidelines and plans for just, equitable and inclusive transition, reshape public finance, including deep progressive global taxation. So to give some elements to the relevant question that we heard at the beginning, to sustain transition and implement a mandatory framework for private sector due diligence on human and environmental rights, according to UN guiding principle of business human rights and OECD guidelines. The European Union has just approved a new directive in this direction. Member states of G7 should pushing the international community in this same direction to ask and for a mandatory commitment of the companies towards the due diligence, respect the human rights, environmental rights. Furthermore, we navigate the crucial transition. We must reject a new season of neo-colonial extractivism and instead foster mutual supportive partnership with countries rich of fossil fuel, but also critical mineral resources and raw materials. This is very relevant. Our effort must be rooted in solidarity and collaboration. In conclusion, it's urgent to link the transition to a broadening of democratic process and the reaffirmation of multilateral, multi-stakeholder dialogue. Indeed, where the right holders should participate as a pivotal actor. In a context in which the group that have the weaker voice and power suffer most from the effect of climate change, we are witness a war increases in attacks and murders, violence against environmental activists. We have to take into consideration. Currently, we are under attack to oppose who oppose deforestation and extractive practices in the various non-EU and G7 countries, as well young Italian people, Germany people, and that activism in the heart of Europe. We have to consider also this aspect. They are increasingly criminalized when they strongly call for a change of pace and change of model of development, a civic pact together. And we wish to be included, I wish that the leaders of G7 join us. Let us seize the moment to embrace ambitious collaboration and unwavering dedication to fossil-free future. The time for the action is now. And the responsibility rests upon our shoulder to lead the way towards a more sustainable and equitable world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Margarita, for your submissions. Next, we are going to listen to Senator Cecilia Requena from Bolivia. Welcome. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. I salute my fellow parliamentarians from the parliamentarians call for a fossil-free future, and especially this global committee. Hello, it's so nice to be with you again and continue this path we started and finish it properly. And thank you very much to the speakers. Margarita, who just talked, I couldn't agree more with what you said. I'm going to be very brief. You made the work for me. So thank you for being here with us. We were talking with Margarita about the importance of the network. We really need a stronger network. We already are, but the results are not enough yet. And there is so much to be done in an urgent and pretty dramatic way. So we really need the network. And this is why we really appreciate you being here with us in order to share your knowledge, your vision, and to be able to advance, solutions, answers, quick answers to the challenges we face. We are more than 850 parliamentarians in this network. Here's just the Global Committee. And I would like you to know, this is for the speakers, that these parliamentarians are really committed PMs in their countries. Sometimes we have some other organizations with official representations that do not necessarily represent the will the conviction we need to move forward. This is why I find this network so important. And this is why I'm so happy to be a part of it. And I want you to know that you really count on us to make everything we can in our countries, in the region, globally, to advance the cause. I mean, in this case, we're talking about climate change, fossil fuels, phase out. But as you know, this has everything to do with connections with biodiversity laws, forest laws, but also with, poverty, development needs, and all the transition, energy transition, all those challenges that are even broader in many of our countries, the global South countries. So here we have a true partnership. We are also a very special representations because we are plural. We come from very different parties. We are, some of us are in the government, some of us in the opposition, from the right, the left, the center. What really defines us is the commitment to the cause. We also have gender parity in here. So interesting, that's not always the case. And we come from every continent in the world. So this is a very special network that that is here gathered today for this fourth public hearing for the global inquiry into the progress of fossil fuel phase out. We already developed previous public hearings in September, New York. We talked a lot about NDCs, but also climate financing and public and private financing and international cooperation mechanisms. The treaty being one of those mechanisms, we find so important to support. We had some previous 3 meetings, and this would be the 4th one. The report that is going to come out from this 4th meeting, along with the 3 previous ones, will be presented at COP in Azerbaijan. I wanted to emphasize the importance of, getting to the decision makers. And that's what we managed to do in Dubai, thanks to one of our members, who was able to, have access to those decision makers with our report. So it's relevant what we are doing. It has concrete results, of course, not enough. We know that, but relevant results. So the work we're doing here has consequences. We also, talking about COP Azerbaijan, I would also like to mention the importance of the coming COP in Brazil. That is a very challenging one. And here we have Livia with us and some other of your colleagues. I am also from South America, but in the end, it's a global cause. But the Amazonas region, Brazil, biodiversity, all these issues will come together in that COP, and we hope that Brazil's leadership will help the world move on and show that the leadership coming from the South has to be as important as the leadership we asked from the North, in this case to G7. We really have to come together. We really need a converged leadership. We cannot wait. We have to be very conscious of each one of our responsibilities. And I'm talking about national responsibilities too. And this is where we can help as parliamentarians too. 2 last points. As you know, as good as I do, the stakes couldn't be higher. Temperatures have risen, even more than expected, which was already worrying. Apparently, we are having a climate change is really going out of control earlier than expected. And this is going to have additional consequences on the poorest countries and the most vulnerable communities, but not only for them, also in Europe, also in the United States, everybody is suffering. This is disastrous, but it is also an opportunity to understand that we don't have much time left in order to do what we have to do. In countries like mine, we really have to fight against ideas of development, of being, connected to fossil fuel use. And not only use, but also in my country's case, to fossil fuel exploration and exploitation, further exploration and exploitation. It's really hard to make the case that that's not the way forward. It's not easy, but we have to do it. But this is why we need cooperation in order to understand that the phase out of fossil fuels could also be an opportunity to a real sustainable development in our countries. Because we really have to abandon that crazy idea that that development has anything to do with destroying nature. Nature is the basis of everything. We have to learn, and when I say we, I'm talking globally, we have to learn to reach prosperity without destroying nature. Of course, that's so obvious, right? It's the contrary, it's exactly the contrary. We have to be able to develop in harmony or taking the advantages that nature still provides in many of our countries. And there are already experiences that show the way. So it's not only about costs and problems, it's only about opportunities and a new vision of what development, prosperity, and well-being could be. We are gathered around the G7 meeting, and it is important to be very clear. We really need the G7 to make their part. Without the G7 making their part, it's going to be so much more difficult than it already is. And this is why we are here, demanding them to do their part. And that has to do with financing, not only financing the energy transition, but also stopping the financing of fossil fuels, to prosper furthermore, which is already happening in many of our countries. It has also to do with markets. The G7 can open just markets for some of our products. I'm not talking about a new kind of extractivism, but I'm talking about helping communities to be able to live, because they can live from the standing forest, for instance, in order not to be tempted to go into oil exploration or additional deforestation. Europe has done some advancements in that direction, and we have to do, everybody has to do more. So it's also, again, about opportunities. And G7 has also something to do with mitigation, moving away from their own consumption, big, enormous consumption of fossil fuels. And we have to tackle also the thing about emerging economies. That's also the elephant in the room. And we have to name it. And we have to be able to go around that issue, because really, we don't have much time, and we have to be sincere, and we have to be open to new ideas in order to advance the cause with, more rapidly than what we are doing right now. So I finish with this. We all will be be paying a lot of attention on what you have to tell us. We will be working hard in our countries. We will be doing our best to strengthen the network. And because we understand that it is about converging leadership, and it is also about common responsibility with differences, yes, but common responsibility. In that idea, I think it's really important for the network. So thank you again. I wish you all a great day, a very productive and challenging day in order to move on. We need it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Cecilia, for your submission. Now we turn to hear from a senior senator again, that is Senator Edie Mackey from the United States of America. Thank you very much. He will be joining us online.
Hello, and thank you for joining the fourth and final session of the Global Committee of the Global Parliamentarians Inquiry into the Progress of a Fossil Fuel Phase-Out. I'm Senator Ed Markey, and I just want to give a warm welcome to my fellow parliamentarians on the committee and the speakers who are joining us today. Our presence here demonstrates a shared commitment to the urgent task at hand, tackling the climate crisis and the scale, the solidarity, and the urgency that task demands. To do this, we must end our dependence on fossil fuels. On the eve of the G7 summit, this call is more critical than ever before. The G7 accounts for more than a quarter of current global oil, gas, and coal production, and G7 countries put twice as much international public financing to fossil fuels compared to what they spend on clean energy. And only 1% of G7 clean energy finance went to low-income countries. We can't say this is the world that we want to live in. We can't say that this is true leadership. G7 countries have the capacity and the responsibility to phase out fossil fuels. And as parliamentarians, we have a duty to apply pressure on positions of power, governments, public institutions, and corporations to do their part to secure a livable future. Climate change knows no borders, no boundaries. We must continue to support nations that have suffered the most from environmental injustice and provide them with the resources they need to weather the storm of future climate threats. We are here today to continue to shine a light on the need to stop financing fossil fuel projects. Public dollars shouldn't go to undermining our future. And frankly, it's a bad investment for private dollars as well. Countries just have to fulfill their climate finance commitments while pushing for international financing institutions such as the World Bank and the IMF to support the end of fossil fuels. The stakes are higher than ever, but our partnership is stronger than ever. We can do this. We must do this. It is a moral imperative that we lead in solving this crisis, or else future generations will look back and they will accuse us of political and health and climate and moral malpractice. So this is our moment. We have to get it done. And I thank each and every one of you for your great leadership.
Thank you very much, Senator Edie Mackey, for your submission. Now we turn to listen to a keynote address from Honorable Saber Chowdhury, convener, Parliamentarians for a Fossil Fuel-Free Future, and also Minister for Environment, Forest, and Climate Change from Bangladesh. He will also be joining us online. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I've just been listening to Senator Ed Markey, and prior to that, I caught a bit of Cecilia's very eloquent remarks. Let me first thank and congratulate all of the members, all of the parliamentarians who have shown remarkable commitment. They have been extremely passionate in this cause. And I'm so sorry that I'm not able to join you in person. but I still, wanted to appear before you although it's virtually, because I'm just in the middle of transiting in Dubai on my way back to Dhaka. So I had to attend a water conference in Dushanbe in Tajikistan. And the discussions that I'm having everywhere around the world today is the increasing nexus between climate change and all of the other challenges that the world faces. And I think, when we have talked about climate justice in the past, we have talked about it in terms of the countries who have committed least to the problem are being impacted the most, and those who are least able to adapt are being forced to adapt beyond their capacities and capabilities. The other dimension, which is becoming increasingly apparent and strong and very compelling, is the fact that countries are having to choose between fighting poverty and fighting climate change. And that, I feel very strongly, is a choice that no country should have to make. We all have our development aspirations. We all have our commitments to construct a better future for the people that we represent. But now climate change is also an issue there. But what I also wanted to share with you, since the first hearing that we had, and I remember it was a cold, wet morning in New York when we started this process, and now we are on the fourth hearing, is that the science has become even more compelling. The evidence is so very clear for everyone to see. And, I think one of the constraints we have is that we quite often refer to the IPCC assessment report 6, which is actually very dated. Because the IPCC report captures science, maybe now we're in 2024, the science that prevailed maybe 5, 6, even 7 years back. And we know that climate change is happening at a far faster rate than at any time in the past. The month of May that we have just had was the hottest ever on record. And we know about the heat waves that are now happening all across Asia, including Bangladesh, India, and other countries. So the impacts are, in fact, are visible, are apparent, more so than at any time in the past. And even the glaciers, I was in Kathmandu, and I was in Tajikistan, and there again, they were talking about the way the glaciers are melting and retreating. And of course, when the glaciers go, then what is going to be a source of fresh water supply? If I just talk about the Himalayas, from which we have 12 rivers, including the 3 major rivers, the Ganges, the Indus, and the Mekong, which provide fresh water for almost 260 million people. So can we imagine a life without water? And so, it is high time that we address the disease and not just talk about the symptoms. This is a phrase I've used before, but I do so now because it is absolutely critical that we solve the problem at its roots rather than talk about the symptoms. And when we look at the disease itself, this is fossil fuels, its emissions. And if you look at the latest science, and I'm not talking about IPCC, there is a very frightening scenario that emerges. And that is the fact that if we want to look at where we are today, not just in terms of temperature rise, but in terms of CO2 levels, we are at 428 ppm. 428 ppm. Now, the last time planet Earth witnessed this was anything from 3 to 5 million years back. So this is what 428 CO2 ppm in the atmosphere means. And at that time, the sea levels were anything from 10 to 20 meters higher, 10 to 20 meters higher than they are today. So just think of the cryosphere. This is something we have not talked about. The cryosphere in terms of ice sheets, glaciers, permafrost. The sea level rise is going to be something that we all have to contend with. I mean, we can forget about Bangladesh and other small island developing states. Even Senator Markey's own constituency in New England, in Boston, is going to be underwater. Florida is going to be underwater. So this really is an existential challenge. And when it comes to existential challenges, we simply cannot be talking about symptoms. We have to talk about the disease, and that is fossil fuels. Now, I know we have made some progress. We've made some progress in Dubai. For the first time, coal has been mentioned, but we know there are loopholes, and we need to act to make sure that in the upcoming COP in Baku, we are able to do that. So we must be prepared for it. I think one of the advantages, or not advantage, but one of the positives that I see in the governance of the COP process is that for the first time there's a troika. So the troika of the presidencies, it's COP28, of course the upcoming COP in Baku, and then the one in Brazil in Belém. And so we have a chance to interact. I think the other fact is there are two other COPs other than the climate change COP. One is the biodiversity COP in Colombia, which is going to be in October. And then there is also the desertification COP in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. And of course, these are all so very closely linked to climate change. There is also the Summit of the Future, which is coming up at the UN. And of course, the UNGA this year is also going to talk about sea level rise, about climate change. So I think there are so many events, so many possibilities for us to engage in, and I think we should be fully prepared to do that. We have an extremely committed network of 850 odd parliamentarians from around the world. I think we should try and coordinate our positions so the country positions reflect the concerns that we are actually talking about. And when we talk about a future, there can only be one future, and that is a future without fossil fuels. In my own country, Bangladesh, if I may say, we have said no to 12 coal-fired plants. We have decided not to go ahead with that. It has a potential investment of $10 billion. So we are looking, of course, at renewable energy. And if I look at the G7 communiques that they've issued so far, they talk importantly about the new NDCs being fully aligned to 1.5. I think that's a commitment that we need to hold them to. They also talk about tripling renewable energy and doubling energy efficiency by 2030. This again was something that came out of COP28 in Dubai. So the pledges are there. Now we need to ensure that we are actually able to hold them to account. And this is really what we need to do. The issue of finance that Cecilia also talked about, absolutely critical. And I know it's a huge task. We are talking about billions. So essentially we have to move from, we're talking about trillions. So we have to move from billions to trillions when we know how difficult and how challenging it was to actually ensure that the billions are delivered. So we are trying to make this transition in terms of the adaptation needs, in terms of loss and damage, which is also something which is there in the horizon. So the upcoming COP in Baku is really going to be the finance COP, as it has already been built. So we need to make sure that we use all our energy, all our resources, all our networking, all our connections to make sure that the new collective quantified goal on finance, the NCQG, is actually a reality. Now, I know there is politics there, and just speaking between ourselves, one of the major issues is going to be expanding the donor base. And I will not name a country, but there are certain countries in the world who are interested to bring that country along. As far as we are concerned, we want the funds delivered. And it has to be on the basis of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capacities. That was really the whole basis of the entire COP process and the Paris Agreement. So we need to make sure that we are also able to deliver on that. And climate change now, there is increasing recognition, if not amongst the policymakers, certainly amongst the people around the world, that this is an existential challenge. And what is going to happen in Bangladesh or in Sierra Leone or any other country is not going to stay there, or Bolivia or any other country that we talk of. It is something that is going to be experienced in other countries around the world, and it is not a question of if, it is a question of when. So what happens in Bangladesh doesn't stay in Bangladesh. What happens in the Hindu Kush Himalayas doesn't stay in the Hindu Kush Himalayas. And it is absolutely critical that, we respond on this. But I would also say that let us not be fixated just on the temperature goal. We know that even 1.5 is not a safe zone. Look at what is happening in the world today at 1.1 or 1.2. So 1.5 is certainly not a safe zone. It certainly also can't be an ambition. How can 1.5 be an ambition when we are currently at 1.1 or 1.2? If someone was to come and tell me that we are aiming for a temperature rise of 1 degree Celsius, which is lower than where we are today, that would be ambition. So just look at the global process and how it is unfolding, the narrative, that we are willing to accept a far worse position than where we are today, and we are calling it ambition. That is actually a joke. That is no ambition. So we have to look at how we can minimize temperature rise. Even 1/10 of a degree makes a huge difference. So, the 1.5 is there. Okay, let's try and get to that. But also remember that based on current pledges, we are looking at a 2.6 degrees Celsius rise in temperature. And I've also mentioned about the ppm, the CO2, which is absolutely critical, because that at the end of the day, so the temperature should be read along with the CO2 ppm. And I think, when we articulate our demands, there's already been a movement, the 350 movement, which is actually saying that it should come down to 350, which is consistent with 1.5 degrees Celsius. So let us talk about both of those. Let us redouble our efforts. We need to work hard because the window is shrinking, and it is shrinking very fast. Some people are already saying that it's too late, but I think there is still a window. We don't talk about the temperature rise in terms of 1 or 2 years. It's over a longer period of time. So based on the latest science, it does appear that the 1.5 is going to be reached anytime within the next 5 years. But let us not give up, because there is still a chance for us to come back. So if emissions peak by next year, then that is going to be the starting off point. So we need to work on that, which means that the movement for phasing out fossil fuels now takes on a far greater importance than at any time in the past. It was important all along, but now the realization is actually hitting home. So let us combine our efforts. I think, we have excellent, dedicated parliamentarians. And what are we supposed to do? We are supposed to work for the welfare, for the safety, security, and well-being of the people that we represent. And there cannot be a greater cause than ensuring a fossil fuel free world than realizing that objective. So as we complete our rounds of public hearing, this is a public hearing, so it is not our voice, it is the voices of the people that we are bringing to the table. Let us bring that as vibrantly as we can, as powerfully as we can, and continue to engage with the COP process, because that is the only one we have. I will be quite happy to talk to the Troika presidency of UAE and Azerbaijan and Brazil. So I think as soon as this hearing is completed and the reports are ready, I'll be happy to engage along with all of my parliamentary colleagues. So let me thank you once again for your commitment, for your passion, for what I think is really the most important calling that there can be in the world today for any public representative, whether that be at the national level or the local level. We represent the people and we represent their welfare. We have to ensure a safe, secure world for them, and also for the child who is going to be born tomorrow. So thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My apologies that I've not been able to be with you in person, but I stand in absolute full solidarity with the work that is being done. And I will do everything possible as a parliamentarian and also as a representative of the people, and in my current position as the Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, to push this agenda, not just for Bangladesh, but for the world as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Saber, for your submission. Before I turn to the protected area, let me give you a short summary of the issues that I captured. One, from the first speaker, we listened about a number of issues. One is the position on right-based approach on human and environmental rights, reshape climate change finance, partnership, mutual partnership with transparency is needed. And from the second speaker, Honorable Cecilia, we got that coexistence with nature is very important, and that G7 must pronounce themselves on this and should be able to create market access opportunities for the least developed countries. And then the issue of phase out must be a common responsibility. When we came to Senator McKay, he said very little of the, first of all, he said all the monies are coming from G7, whether for phase out or for renewables. But of the monies of the renewable, less than 2% of that money is reaching developing world. That was very, very important. And then coming to the last speaker, he said, should we fight poverty first or we fight climate change first? Which one should come first? Or we should address both at the same time? And we should not address we should address the disease, not the symptoms. But I would add here, we should actually address the root causes of the disease. He gave a lot of statistics on the parts per million and so on. I think that statistics is very important for us. And he talked about common but differentiated responsibility. And in this case, he said climate change has no boundaries. And so many countries, because of this climate change, especially small island developing countries, are going to face the impact of climate change. But I must also add that when the sea level rises, then what will happen to the internal lakes and rivers, even if they are not in the coastal area, they will also rise. So this climate change will affect both small island developing countries, but also all islanders, whether they are at the sea or internally. Then finally, he talked about ambition. What is ambition? Ambition should be something which goes beyond a target. Otherwise, it remains a normal target. So he said, never give up. And what we are doing here is not our own, but the voice of the people to save the only one earth we share. Let me now turn to protected area by inviting where we are going to look at fossil fuel deposit in the world's protected areas, ongoing and planned extraction. On this, we shall have presentation from Francisco Loyola, Protected Carbon Project. Welcome. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you very much. All right. So first of all, I'd really like to thank everybody here for letting me be here. It's a real privilege to be in front of you, and I'm very excited to speak about our project, which will talk about our analysis as Lingo on fossil fuel extraction in protected areas, and most importantly, the CO2 mitigation potential that this analysis points to. And yeah, so first of all, a little bit about Lingo. So we are a German-based nonprofit, and we work towards leaving fossil fuels in the ground. We're the authors of the Carbon Bombs paper, for example, where we look at the world's biggest fossil fuel projects, and we're working with partners to map and defuse them. We're also working on pushing for a climate bailout, which is a mechanism for central banks to finance the energy transition, and also working on a database of fossil-free zones, which are areas that do not burn or extract fossil fuels. Now, before I go on to the project, I'd like to start, as most of these presentations do, with a little bit of the science. So first of all, there was a study by the International Energy Agency. Shall I wait for the slides to be? Okay. Yeah, so a study by the International Energy Agency in 2021, which was updated in 2023, shows that there are no new fossil fuels compatible with 1.5 degree pathway. Another study by Oil Change International shows that nearly 40% of our developed reserves need to stay in the ground if we are to achieve 1.5. And this is just the developed reserves. I have a graph on either the next slide or the slide after. Slide after, please. Thank you very much. So this is a graph that shows the CO2 emissions that we are expecting to be released from these developed reserves against the remaining carbon budget that we have on the right. And those are the three temperature thresholds that we expect to cross should this CO2 be released. And as you can see, just with the reserves that we have going on with extraction, we are not only set to overshoot 1.5, but also the 2 degree threshold. So at the moment, the reality, unfortunately, is that we are not on track to meet our climate goals. And last year's COP was pretty interesting because UN nations there announced that they are going to work together to phase out fossil fuels in energy systems. But when you look at the reality today, we see that there is expansion of fossil fuel projects, quite a lot actually. And so that knocks down the first criteria on that quite small list of requirements to stay under 1.5. And furthermore, we're not phasing out the reserves that we have developed fast enough to reach our goals either. And so obviously, we see that there is a burning need to identify mechanisms and pathways to keep fossil fuels in the ground. And one of the questions that Lingo was asking itself was where? And where do we start to make significant impacts on top of how? So next slide, please. Thank you. Protected areas seemed like a logical place to look for us. On top of the fact that they are protected, they are the most ecologically precious ecosystems that governments have deemed worthy to protect. In a lot of cases, these are also places which are under indigenous people's control. And as we all know, areas which are under indigenous people's control are those that are better kept and the biodiversity is better preserved. And fossil fuel projects in these areas also encroaches on direct human rights as it impacts the local communities that live there. From our analysis, we found that these projects offer, a lot of these projects offer quite marginal returns. These projects are not very economical. Many more projects rely on state subsidies and infrastructure investments to be profitable at all, and sometimes are contrary to local or international law or government positions. For example, in Colombia, at the moment, there is fracking going on in protected areas. And so to look at the numbers, before we go into that, I wanted to put some of these questions that we had when we were conducting this analysis to the audience here, and see what you think. So first of all, how many countries are extracting fossil fuels in protected areas? Many. Do you think that your own countries are doing this? For example, yes, a lot of countries are doing this. For example, Italy, my country, is actually not so far away from here, about a few hundred kilometers, we have a site. Secondly, how many individual extraction sites are there in protected areas? Is it hundreds, thousands? And the most important question, which is I'm keen to bring to you today, the answer is, what is the CO2 that is currently lying underneath protected areas, i.e., what is the CO2 mitigation potential that could be achieved by committing to not extract this CO2. So here's a screenshot of the map of our analysis. Each of these dots represents a site of fossil fuel extraction inside a protected area. There are a shocking amount of sites. We were shocked to find this out. Each red dot is a site where there is ongoing extraction. But what is interesting is that the many more yellow and blue dots are sites of extraction which are either in the initial licensing phase or they are surveying. So capital has not yet been invested into these projects. And I'd like to remind you, a lot of these are of very marginal economic interest, if at all. So we believe that these are perfect candidates to commit to keeping in the ground, often at very low implementation costs for the countries. And to answer the question that I never ended up answering, the number of countries is 95, by the way. So in second place, the number of extractive projects are 2,337. Over 800 protected areas are affected by this all over the world. And this is the CO2 that is trapped underneath protected areas that we are on track to extract. Now, depending on what sources you go and look for, either way, this is a significant portion of our remaining carbon budget. And this is just coming from the world's most precious areas. But not only that, this is also just what we are on track to extract. The situation may change in the future. So we were wanting to ask ourselves, how much is the total CO2 underneath protected areas? And the result is what we found. First of all, I wanted to show you a map after the slide. The areas in pink are the overlap of fossil fuels in protected areas. And as you can see, it is very, very extensive. And the total CO2 is 253 billion tons. Again, this is a huge, huge amount. So I have prepared a few maps. Well, my colleagues have prepared kindly a few maps. I know that some of you are from the countries that I have prepared, so I'd like to very quickly go through them. So in Bolivia, there are almost 300 megatons of CO2 underneath protected areas. As you can see, there are about 3 sites of ongoing extraction and a lot of proposed oil and gas fields. And the protected areas that are affected are about 10. Next, we have Colombia, I believe, at 257 megatons. You will see also that the reserve deposits are over 4 gigatons. And as you can see, Colombia has a wide number of protected areas, quite a bit of ongoing extraction, a few proposed coal mines in the north, and over 10 protected areas affected. In Brazil, there are a number of oil and gas extraction sites in the east, a coal mine in the south, almost 200 megatons and about 7 protected areas. Canada is actually one of the countries with the most, who is most affected by this problem, probably because it is very big and has a lot of protected areas, but nonetheless, it stands at 1.6 gigatons of CO2 underneath its protected areas that we're on track to extract. Some offshore oil and gas as well, a whopping 10 gigatons, excuse me, and over 20 affected protected areas. Uganda with almost 200 megatons, 5 protected areas, including the world famous Murchison Falls. And I'll try and go a little bit quicker from now on. In Tanzania, almost 700 megatons, 5 protected areas affected. And Zambia has almost 400 megatons with a coal mine in the south and 2 proposed oil and gas projects in the north. I also wanted to show you a few pictures here of the situation on the ground in a few of the protected areas, just to show you that even by sight alone, one can see that the local biodiversity is significantly disturbed by these projects. And now I'd like to go on to the interesting part, why I'm here and why I'm so excited to be talking with you about this. Lingo believes that these fossil fuels should be committed to be kept in the ground, and we would ask countries to do so, of course. And we have identified NDCs as a particularly interesting vehicle under which to propose these commitments. And the Lingo database has the complete estimates of all of this avoidable CO2 in the ground. So I'd like to welcome everybody to come and talk to me or seek me out after this if they're interested in exploring this opportunity with us. Back in 2020, when the UN received its round of NDCs, I believe it was about 185 countries submitted them. The UN stated that we were off track, and now, as we've seen before, we are still unfortunately off track, and the next round of NDCs is coming up very soon, and so could present an opportunity to raise this issue. So when it comes to the mechanisms, there are different paths for different countries. There is a varying degree of implementation costs for such policies. For example, a country that has quite stringent protected area laws and where the majority, if not all of the reserves are very low economic interest, then the implementation cost is very, very low. And we believe that primarily this would entail reviewing the CO2 estimate of the reserves and then plug that into an NDC commitment. Now, when it comes to countries where the implementation cost is a little higher, i.e. where there is revenue expected to be generated from these projects, then the situation might require a little bit more work. And as has been said today, COP29, the finance COP, is an interesting opportunity to raise the issue of financial incentives to keep these fossil fuels in the ground. And so on top of support for strengthening the protected area, donor countries could also channel this support to sustainable economic development and offer alternative pathways away from fossil fuels and other things like solar rural electrification. I'd like to say also that at Lingo, we've been hosting a conversation series with experts on incentive mechanisms to keep fossil fuels in the ground. And I would encourage, once again, anyone in the audience who might be interested in exploring this with us to come and talk to me at any point during the remainder of the conference. So, yeah, just so I can summarize with a final statement, which I can't see, unfortunately, because of this. But declaring protected areas as no-go zones for fossil fuel companies, we believe can be a very cost-effective and also morally and politically sound way to commit to keeping fossil fuels in the ground. And yeah, if we can go to the next slide, there's a QR code. There is the website link there is link to our country summaries page that has the list of every single country where we've identified fossil fuel extraction in protected areas. You can go see for yourselves what the CO2 estimates in your countries are or countries of interest and what protected areas are affected. And also for future projects, what the expected startup date is in order to identify what the upcoming projects are that have not had capital yet plugged in. And once again, I'd like to thank everyone for having me. It's a real privilege. And if I'd left time for questions, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Francisco. And I think we shall share the presentation so that we can see the details. I now want to have responses from 2 of our members. But before I go to that, I want to thank Francisco for the statistics of the various countries. And I want to actually state that of the 2,337 projects, I believe these are registered projects, but there are other illegal activities that are taking place around the world, especially in the conflict zones, that are also releasing the greenhouse gases. Those are not recorded. And then the position on the NDC, I think that is very important, especially if the NDC is funded. It will help a lot to address some of these challenges. And of course, you did some selections or sampling. And I think it is important that you can cover more countries, including countries in the EU, so that we can see the transparency in this, and also cover the G7 or the G20, including the guests, Spain, UN, World Bank, and ASEAN, because there are projects that are funded by World Bank, which are also causing a lot of climate change, and nobody wants to talk about them. Now, with this, let us hear responses from Honorable Nusrat Hanje on the Tanzania's protected area. Honorable, welcome. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Nusrat Hanje, a Member of Parliament from United Republic of Tanzania. And I would like to recognize other members of Parliament from Honorable Anthony Kasondwe from Zambia, Honorable Rebecca Kamara from Sierra Leone, Honorable Livia, Honorable Rosa, Honorable Songa, members of Parliament. We all know that we as members of Parliament somehow has to observe protocols. And also I would like to recognize organization, international organization dealing with the title that we are here for, dealing with energy, energy transition and phasing out fossil fuels. And I also would like to recognize the audience on the online platforms. Greetings, everyone. Okay, so for the members of Parliament from the Global Inquiry, this is our 4th time that we're having this Global Parliamentarian Inquiry into the progress of fossil fuel phasing out. And for us, this is a huge responsibility that we decided to carry as a burden on our shoulders. And we are happy to continue in doing this because we believe in a safe global across Africa and everywhere in the world, including the global north and the global south also. The difference is we as LDCs and global north are facing, the global south are facing badly effects of climate change. That's why we need to do this, and we are continuing doing this. As what our brother, the other one who was here before me, somebody Loyola, that was very good presentation. We also, I saw my country and a few of the countries on what we focused on, and I will start from there. I prepared something here. Currently, fossil fuel expansion threats to protected areas around the globe, and there is high demand for calls to global cease on all fossil fuel development and expansion, as well as phase down of current fossil fuel construction infrastructure in the world protected areas. And all the statistics, I have all the statistics concerning the current situations in the global, and our brother from Italy, Loyola, mentioned all of them. And I also would like to highlight on what Honorable Songa said. Those are the registered ones. We also have other things going on in our countries. As we all know, Tanzania is also one of the countries that currently there's some activities going on concerning projects, those that we know and those that we don't know. So responding to that, we have protected areas in Tanzania. Let me be specific. In Tanzania, United Republic of Tanzania has 840 total protected areas, whereby we have the protected area covering across 7,330 square kilometers of ocean and 3,161 594 square kilometers of land. It's about 43.7% of the total land in Tanzania is protected area. And it's either protected, somehow protected, or reserved. And I can say here confidently that our areas, our protected areas in Tanzania and reserved areas in Tanzania somehow are still protected and reserved. If these G7 leaders that we are here in sideline with their meeting, if they are not funding somehow these projects, I know we wouldn't have this carbon emission, the statistics that Loyola showed here, because I know how our countries work. I'm a member of parliament. I know how most of our LDC countries fund their projects. That's why we call upon seize on projects, on funding projects and financing projects that lead to fossil fuel expansion. Because we all know that if there's no funding, it's very hard to continue extraction activities. Because some of the things we cannot say, but you can see, because there are also organizations that are working they have activities and research going on there. So some things we feel like what is happening in Muson National Park, because oil drilling, you cannot avoid water to flow to other countries, because we all know that. So when a certain place is contaminated, the effects can cause trouble to people around the area. And we are from the same region, the East African community. So some of the things we feel, some of the impact that people feel, maybe these countries which fund these projects do not know. But we people who stay there, we know the impact that are directly facing us. So that is to say, we need to make sure that we continue campaigning and sensitizing the G7 and all funders of these fossil fuel projects to cease funding and financing this. Instead, if we want to reach 1.5 Celsius threshold of global temperature, as we all agree, we really need to end this now. But responding to that, because I also know what is happening in the parliament, our country focus right now, and most of African country focus right now, is striking a balance between just transition, that is means to say that we use what we have right now to move to 100% of renewables, because I'm also pro 100% of renewables. For example, those extraction project that is going on in Tanzania, for example, the Selous Game Reserve. If you screenshotted that, you'll notice that there was Selous Game Reserve. It's a game reserve. So we have hydroelectric power plant there. At the same time, there's activities going on concerning fossil fuel. So the country focus is to strike a balance, and that is most of African countries. And for me, it's not bad, because we example, for this hydroelectric power plant, it's going to provide 2,115 megawatts of electricity generated from hydroelectric power. That was funded within the country's resources. But I'm telling you, if there is no financing from out of the country, we wouldn't have the fossil fuels. We would focus with this hydroelectric power plant. And I'm telling you, these new projects are focusing on protected areas because that is easier. You may find that people do not know what is happening in the protected areas because they are protected. They are protected. So I think we still need to discuss on going forward. Is it okay for most of LDCs, least developing countries, trying to play between striking a balance or go to total cease? Because that is also very important. Because at some point, we have to use what we have in order to move. Then when it comes to climate change will not wait for us to strike a balance. So it's still a question that I'm also posing. What is the best approach, especially between the global north and the global south? Because even if I don't say here, we all know that there's a question that you guys exploited everything you extracted everything that you have. Now there's consequences. Then you are looking for us who are still, we are not ready yet, but still we are the one who face the effects of climate change. So we can go on and on talking about that, but the question is still, if as a global at large, we want to reach 1.5 Celsius threshold, we need to come together. And that is what I wanted to say, because all the statistics you already provided, and we are looking forward also for this. Also, one of the things that my government is doing is something called, I think the Lingo already knows that we have Mchuchuma and Liganga projects dealing with coals. And there's almost 75 US billion, that is $1 billion that is funded for that project. And we cannot stop that, because I'm telling you, our government is trying to strike a balance. And I'm not saying anything, I'm not insinuating anything. I'm just trying to show you that how best can we reach this? But I'm pro climate change effects, and because we are the one who face the climate effects directly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nusrat from the United Republic of Tanzania. Honorable Nusrat is a global citizen. She was in Uganda 5 days ago. I was with her in Uganda 5 days ago. Now she's here in Bari. Key issue is the issue of transparency. If we are leaving fossil fuel underground, let it be uniform. Let it also be transparent. When we have money to address this challenge of climate change or renewable energy, let the money reach everybody, including the developing world. The recent money, only 2% of the renewable energy fund reach developing world, especially Africa, which is contributing 4% of the emissions of greenhouse gases. So these are issues. And so if this fossil fuel is going to be left underground, it means the forests are going to be carbon sinks for us. How much is the G7, G20 paying for carbon credits in Africa or in the developing world? These are issues we need to sit and agree on. And also she talked about cost-benefit analysis of our actions. I think that kind of evaluation will be very important to address some of these challenges. Next, we are going to listen to Honorable Livia Duarte on the Brazil's protected areas. Honorable, welcome.
Bom dia, eu gostaria de saudar os parlamentares, os 800 parlamentares de todos os continentes, em nome dos parlamentares que estão aqui.
Good morning. I would like to greet all the parliamentarians that are present and the 800 that are present from the network in all continents.
E queria saudar também, não é muito usual, mas queria, em nome da minha origem, saudar a todos os trabalhadores dessa rede, então as pessoas do staff, Pablo, Diná, todas as pessoas que estão trabalhando aqui hoje.
And it's not common in this kind of meetings, but because of my origin, it's not usual. I would like to greet also all workers. That means the staff, Pablo, Dina, and everyone that is present as well.
Também gostaria de saudar Cláudio, articulador da cidade de Belém, da COP do Brasil, a COP 30, que me acompanha nesta reunião.
And I would like also to greet Claudio, that it's the one that articulates the COP30 in Belém, that is with me in this meeting.
Como sou estreante desta rede, então agradeço o convite, queria me apresentar. Sou Lívia Duarte, primeira deputada preta da minha região, do meu estado, Pará, neta de escravo e moradora do coração da Amazônia.
So first of all, I'm new in this network and I would like to introduce myself. I'm Lívia Duarte, and I'm the first Black woman elected as a member of the parliament, and I'm a granddaughter from a slave family, and I'm an inhabitant of the Amazonian region.
Queria iniciar, mesmo sabendo que não deveria apenas comentar a apresentação, mas queria iniciar, como inicio a todos os espaços internacionais, reafirmando nesse fórum a necessidade do cessar-fogo em Gaza, não como uma questão religiosa, mas como uma questão humanitária, inclusive aprovada pela ONU e também, recentemente, pelos Estados Unidos. Então, gostaria de reafirmar o cessar-fogo em Gaza.
And I would like to start, if it's not a good thing, a good practice to do, but in all these spaces, international spaces, I would like to affirm and agree with the ceasefire on Gaza, but not because of a religion, but because of a humanitarian, as the states was approved.
Também gostaria, nesse espaço, inicialmente, de pedir que todos os parlamentares, os 800 parlamentares que nos ouvem de todos os lugares, possam fazer junto conosco uma moção de solidariedade à população do Rio Grande do Sul, uma região brasileira que está embaixo d'água. Algumas cidades brasileiras mudarão de lugar depois do desastre climático que nós vemos no Rio Grande do Sul, no extremo sul do Brasil.
And I would like to also ask in this space support to all the 800 parliamentarians that are listening to us, or ask a motion of solidarity for one of our states, Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil, that is underwater because of flooding and rains, and even cities have been changed places because of the flooding.
Também dizer que desastres como o que acontece no Rio Grande do Sul são sempre desastres, e pessoas morrem, pessoas são desabrigadas, é sempre ruim, mas nos abre uma oportunidade de, como mundo, como planeta, enxergar o cotidiano e pensar em soluções climáticas, vendo o que pode acontecer por todo o mundo.
So I would mention that disasters as the one that is happening in Rio Grande do Sul, it kills people, it displaces people, but it also is a disaster, but it also represents opportunity how the world, or how we can think new solutions for climate changes.
Que são feitos por um conjunto de fatores, os desastres, mas é óbvio que o aquecimento global é um desses fatores. É óbvio que a produção e a extração de combustíveis fósseis é um desses fatores. Então, enxergar o planeta como vários fatores interligados é enxergar a oportunidade de discutir soluções para desastres climáticos.
So it's true that it's a series of factors that cause the disaster, but it's obviously that climate changes is one of the main ones. So that is related to fossil fuel extractions, and we should see the planet as a new way of finding solutions involving all the factors that are involved.
E pensar que numa transição séria, biocombustíveis precisarão ser superados e hidroelétricas também precisarão ser superadas, porque precisam ser vistas como transições reais. Precisamos encontrar algo que supere essa transição.
And we have to think on a sound transition, a responsible transition, because we can see that even the biofuels or the hydroelectric power plants, they are important, but we have to overcome these ones because we need to find solutions for this type of transitions.
No Brasil, por exemplo, há um coletivo de lutadores sociais, se chama MAB, M-A-B, Movimento dos Atingidos por Barragens, que denunciam o lastro de destruição que hidroelétricas e barragens deixam ao Brasil. Desmatamento, fome, prostituição, às vezes a destruição de uma cidade inteira. Então, nós precisamos superar também esse modelo de transição.
So we can see that in Brazil, we even have a group that is called MIB, that it's the group that it's people affected by the dams or by the hydroelectric powers, in which they denounce the destruction of the whole cities because they do the deforestation, they create hunger, and they destroy the whole city that is around.
Pensar em um compromisso para o mundo que seja a junção, o conjunto de direitos humanos e meio ambiente, porque nós somos o meio ambiente.
We have to think in a commitment that it has the union of human rights and environment, because we are the environment.
E é por isso que nós estamos aqui, porque é política, é ciência, é tecnologia, mas é fundamentalmente política.
And that's why we are here present, because we're talking about politics, science and technology, but mainly the politics that we're talking about here.
Nós tivemos retrocessos impensáveis no Brasil por 4 anos de um mandato da extrema-direita. Então, é importante pensar que a democracia também é um passo fundamental. A afirmação da democracia é um passo fundamental para pensar o mundo que nós queremos. A participação popular, em Belém, por exemplo, o governo da cidade de Belém pensou um instrumento de participação popular da cidade chamado Tacelado, que discute todos os problemas de uma cidade. Isso é impossível ser pensado em um governo de extrema-direita.
So we have seen in Brazil with the 4 years of a right-wing government that we had a backsliding in all the projects, like going back to the previous situation, and even we have to think about the new world that we want. In Belém, in my city, we had this mechanism that was created that is called Tacela, in which we have all the population involved, a participatory movement.
Nós tivemos recentemente no Brasil a ameaça de exploração de petróleo na foz do rio Amazonas, o maior rio do mundo, apenas comparável ao Nilo.
So we have the threat of a new exploration of oil in the Amazonas River. That is one the biggest river in the world. It's compared to the Nile.
E nós precisamos ter condições de falar de maneira concreta de transições para essa população que se engana no sul global de maneira muito fácil com o discurso progresso versus meio ambiente.
So actually, we need to find the conditions for a concrete way, because most of the population, they are misguided on this way of thinking of progress and democracy, but it's not the right way.
E não haverá, na verdade, nem norte global, nem sul global, nem todo o petróleo do mundo se o planeta não existir mais.
We will not have any global south or global north or all the oil that we want if we don't have the planet going real.
E com isso nós precisamos responsabilizar e conversar diretamente com o G7.
And with that, we have to talk about it, to discuss it, and to make accountable also all the people involved, including the G7.
No Brasil, temos um ditado popular importante que ensinamos às crianças, que é: quem paga a banda escolhe a música.
Oh, she's talking about the refrain in which we say in Brazil that who plays the band, the band is the one that is part of it. Sort of.
Então, nós precisamos saber quem paga a exploração de petróleo no mundo.
So we need to know who is paying for the exploitation of oil in the world.
Precisamos responsabilizar quem coloca as mãos e quem tem dinheiro para fazer a exploração, a quem beneficia a exploração.
So we need to make accountable all the people that finances, the one that works with the projects of exploration, and who has the benefit of that.
Muito obrigada. Florestas em pé.
Oh, thank you very much, and the forest up.
Thank you very much, Honorable Olivia, for your remarks. Very interesting. Brazil is part of Amazon, but not Amazon part of Brazil, right? All right. Next, we are going to listen to the Global Parliamentarians Inquiry and declaring this public hearing open. And that will be done by Honorable Raul Manuel from the Philippines. Welcome.
Hey, good noon, everyone. I am Raul Manuel, a member of Parliament from the Philippines. And before I proceed, I just would like to share that, well, the month right now is June, and in the past 2 months, that is April and May, countries in Southeast Asia, including the Philippines, have suffered from hot summers. Well, we might expect that summer in itself is already hot, but because of the impacts of climate change, temperatures have really become unbearable. That is why, aside from us having this public hearing or inquiry here in Italy, it's also very relevant for us in Southeast Asia that we really tackle this issue with urgency, because it affects survival and the daily lives of people in our region, and of course in various parts of the globe. Now, allow me to share a brief background of this inquiry before we proceed to hearing our experts who will be presenting today. First of all, the Global Parliamentarians Inquiry into fossil fuel phase-out was initiated in 2023, so that's last year, with members of parliament from various nations collaborating for this effort. The objective is to evaluate the advancements that have been made towards moving away from fossil fuels as a primary source of energy. Up to now, 3 public hearings have occurred. These hearings collected extensive data from diverse experts and stakeholders on the following subjects. One is the progress of nations on their NDCs, or nationally determined contributions, in alignment with the 1.5 degrees Celsius target. Also tackled was the progress on phasing out public finance for fossil fuel projects, and also advancement in climate finance delivery and international cooperation for fossil fuel phase-out and just energy transition. The first 3 public hearings were held. Number 1, in New York in September 2023 during the UN Climate Week. Second was in Washington, D.C. It was hosted by one of the members of our network, Senator Ed Markey, in October 2023. And the most recent one, the third, was in Dubai at COP28 in December 2023. So we note the significant share of the G7 in global greenhouse gas emissions, global oil and gas production, and CO2 emissions from new oil and gas production. That is the reason why there is mounting global pressure for the G7 to seriously and urgently act upon more ambitious targets and robust climate actions. However, we also have observed that the communique from the G7 Climate, Environment, and Energy Ministers Summit in Turin on April 30, 2024, was widely perceived as inadequate to meet the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit of the Paris Agreement. Similar to past instances on reneging on commitments such as coal exit, significant investment in renewables, and the cessation of public spending on overseas fossil fuel projects, the communique from the G7 is viewed as replete with loopholes and retreats from prior pledges. That is why today we will hold the fourth public hearing, which will center on the pace by which the world, and particularly the G7, is doing away with fossil fuel projects from public and private sources. This session aims to garner insights from our experts and also from policymakers and stakeholders on G7 nations' pace in fossil fuel phase out. We will also identify the barriers to divestment from fossil fuels and explore ways by which together we can expedite the transition to renewable energy sources. Also, this fourth hearing coincides with the G7 summit here in Italy from June 13 rather, to June 15, 2024. So with that background for our fourth public hearing, I am now honored to introduce the members of our Global Inquiry Committee, with some even coming from G7 countries themselves. So first, let me introduce. So once I mention the names of our Global Inquiry members, I request you to please stand up to be recognized by the people both physically and online here in our event. So first present here is our Honorable Senator from Canada, Rosa Galvez. Okay, let's give her a hand. Second is Honorable Cecilia Requena, Senator from Bolivia. Okay. Third is Member of Parliament from Zambia, Honorable Anthony Casandwe. Next would be Member of Parliament from Uganda, Honorable Lawrence Bika Songa. Next is Member of Parliament from Tanzania, Honorable Nusrat Hanje. Next is Member of Parliament from Sierra Leone, Honorable Rebecca Camara. And yours truly from the Philippines, Honorable Raul Manuel. And last but not the least, of course, Member of Parliament from Brazil, Honorable Livia Duarte. Now, members of the network for this event, the Parliamentarians for Fossil-Free Future, they also are here, but they are participating virtually. We recognize Honorable Saber Chowdhury, Member of Parliament from Bangladesh, and he is the Minister of Environment, Forests, and Climate Change, and he's one of the conveners of the network. So he was present earlier in Zoom. Again, let's give him a hand. Also, U.S. Senator Honorable Ed Markey. We also would like to recognize other members of the Inquiry Committee who may not be present physically or in Zoom, but they have also been instrumental in making our efforts continuous and possible. We recognize Honorable Juan Carlos Lozada, Member of Parliament from Colombia. Yes, he was with us in past events. Also, Member of Parliament from the US, Honorable Jamal Bowman. Also, Member of Parliament from Egypt, also young like me, Honorable Sahar Albazar. Next is Senator from the Philippines, Honorable Risa Hontiveros, our very hardworking senator. And second to the last, Member of Parliament from the Dominican Republic, Honorable Jose Horacio Rodriguez. Let's give him a hand. And finally, Member of Parliament from Germany, Honorable Lisa Badum. We can't forget also the efforts of the members of our global support team, who without them, we would really have a hard time to come together and have the efforts like these. So of course, Dina here, so that's Atan here on my right side, Denise, and Pablo at the back. Okay. Now, without further ado, hearing what has been said by those who spoke in the opening ceremonies of our public hearing, the reasons for this event are clear. We cannot afford to not be ambitious at this time. We can no longer delay action, especially climate action. That is why, at this moment, we now declare the fourth public hearing on fossil fuel phase-out open. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Honorable Raul from the Philippines, for declaring this workshop open. We try to manage time, and we are 5 minutes late, and we have to be for lunch at 1. But Honorable from Sierra Leone has a
short point of order, please.
All right.
No. Okay. We know we started this fight with some members of parliament. And it's sad to note that two of them have left us. We have to remember them quietly. We have Honorable Johnson from Liberia. He was a very strong member of this movement. And he has served as the chair in so many capacities to ensure that we move this particular fight forward. But immediately after his election, he passed away. And we have to remember those people. And another one, the honorable from the one that died on the road accident in Mozambique. Yes.
No.
The one that died with his
Cameroon?
family.
Cameroon?
Cameroon. Yes. So I want us all to just give some seconds to remember them. It's our tradition in Africa. In a meeting like this, those that you started fight with, and they've left you and gone, and they were playing pivotal role, we have to remember them. All
Okay.
of us for one.
Can we have a minute of silence? May their souls rest in eternal peace. Amen. Thank you, Honorable Rebecca, for reminding us. Now, I take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Rosa Galvez from Canada to lead us into this fourth public hearing, public and private sector financing of fossil fuel projects. This session will take us up to 1 p.m. for lunch. Thank you very much. Thank you for the cooperation.
Thank you so much. Good morning, buongiorno, buenos días. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to thank all of you, just say that I'm so proud and honored to be a member of this group, and that this is an incredible, fast-growing group, maybe because of the importance and the human threat that we are living these days. So first, I will start to say that I wear several hats. So I am an engineer, I'm a scientist. I had 30 years in academia, studying and remediating pollution. Now, since 2016, I am an independent senator. I used to chair the Energy, Environment, and Natural Resources Commission at the Canadian Senate. And I am a member of the National Finances Committee. So that allows me to have a landscape, a portrait of what's going on, answer some of the questions that were initially posed as the which fossil fuels, how, who, where, when, who should pay. So let me give you some of the views that with the years, I have come to conclude. So first of all, say that science is clear. You know, unequivocally, we know what are the causes of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Is the combustion of fossil fuels. So when in your parliaments, people come and say, oh, we have to have a balanced discussion, and they bring half of climate change denier together with half scientists, is not good. It's really an insult, because the science is clear. The other thing that is clear is that engineers have developed technology in several types of renewable energy. Call it solar, call it wind, call it tidal, wave, hydro, nuclear, biomass. It's there, and it's already scaled up. And so it is not for the lack of technology that we are not moving. It's not because of that. And I keep saying in very lay terms to everybody that humanity didn't leave the Stone Age because of lack of stones. We left that age because we found cleaner, safer, cheaper ways of doing things. So the other important thing to say is that the polls that are run around the world for citizens, they are very much in favor of climate policies, stringent climate policies, getting rid of fossil fuels faster. In my own country, in Canada, there is 70% of the population that thinks that the government are not doing enough. So this is important. When I go to the Global South and I see the polls, it's exactly more or less 50% plus, you know? So the public wants action. And what we are not seeing is the action, especially in the G7 countries. Canada is the only G7 country that has not attained its goal of decoupling growth from greenhouse gas emissions. That is very sad to say. And we are the only G7 country that has not attained any of its climate goals. We are at our 10th climate plan, 10th, and we haven't attained this. What is missing then? What is missing then? So I cannot say that in my country what is missing is the legislation, because we have been given a lot of legislation. Actually, one legislation that I helped the government to pass was the Net Zero 2050 framework. So we have a plan to make a plan that says that by 2050, we should reach net zero. But what we don't have is what is in the middle between today and 2050. And we all know that we cannot wait until 2049 to do all the effort. So what we are needing and requiring is transition plans for sectors. Every sector has different needs, different context, and of course, in every country, it is different too. So we have to build science-based transition plans for every sector. Another reason because we are not moving is because the sector that should reach net zero before any other sector is the financial sector. And what is the financial sector? Who are the members of the financial sector? Are the banks, the insurance, the investors, the pension plans. So if they are not moving towards net zero 2050 or before, none of the other sectors are going to, unfortunately, do it. And when we parliamentarians are going to understand this, we are going to understand that we have to stop asking things from our Ministry of Environment and demand more things from our Ministry of Finances, because they are the one deciding where to put the money. So for example, in Canada, the money goes to subsidies in the oil and gas. We give between $8 to $18 billion per year to the fossil fuel sector. So how we can expect that we are going to reach net zero in 2050 if we keep giving so much money? And that distorts what economists keep telling us that will solve everything, which is the free market. So by now, I'm sure you understand that I don't believe in free markets. Free markets doesn't exist. They are lots of inputs of money through all kinds of subsidies. There was an agreement to stop fossil fuel subsidies by United Nations like 15 years ago, and they are stuck with definitions. What is inefficient fossil fuel subsidies and what is efficient fossil fuel subsidies? So now that we know that is the financial sector that is really taking a lot of time to join the movement, let's see what's going on in the financial sector. So we have internal mechanisms in every of your countries, and I invite you to go and look what are these mechanisms, how the government regulates the market, how the government regulates the banks, the insurance, the pension plans, the investor is very important. We have seen in the G7 group that governments have chosen different approaches. If I come and see what Europe have done, they are heavily regulated. They started long time ago with their Green New Deal. And 3 years ago, they start working with their green taxonomy. United States doesn't like Green New Deal, doesn't like taxonomy, doesn't like even calling it climate change, yet they passed two major laws, two major acts, the Jobs Act, which is their version of the Sustainable Job Transition, and the Inflation Reduction Act, to inject $1.something trillion into the economy, but with conditions, going into the electrification of transport and development of renewable energy. But it's not only them. You can go and see China, which is the country that has incredibly developed renewable energy, is reducing coal, and they didn't do it through the more democratic mechanisms that we are accustomed in the G7, but they did it through market controls from the Shanghai Exchange Commission, but also through executive orders to push their battery and electrical vehicle and renewable energy. We have models, and we have to follow the model that is better for us. So now let's talk about renewable energy versus fossil fuel, because it's very important, this comparison. Right now, still in parliaments, people are still saying fossil fuel give us prosperity. I'm talking about the global north. They tell us it gives us prosperity, it brings us jobs. But in reality, when you go and you inspect the data, it's not that such. First, fossil fuels have gone through automatization, so the numbers of jobs that are produced are much less than before. Second, there is today the difference between conventional fossil fuels and unconventional fossil fuels. So while conventional fossil fuels, that the one that is in the Middle East or in the north of Africa, where petroleum comes out by just difference of pressure and it's easy to refine, the explorations that are taking place today is more for unconventional sources of petroleum, which takes lots of energy to take out from the ground, or take out from deep in the ocean, or take it from, as in Canada, in the oil sands, extracted from the sands, from the oil sands. So when you really count the energy that you need in order to extract 1 barrel of oil and then produce energy from that barrel of oil, you will see that the process is very expensive, very inefficient, and very polluting. So we have to move from the fossil fuel change of supply to a renewable energy system. Other advantages is that, you know, while you have to pay for royalties and you have to pay for very heavy equipment for the extraction of the unconventional oils, in the renewable energy, there is a sense of independence, a sense of local sources that really make you independent of geopolitical factors that are plaguing the fossil fuel sector. We say, and I have heard this even at the World Bank, IMF, multilateral banks, that fossil fuel exploitation is inflationary, while renewable energy sector is deflationary. And then in a moment, in a context where inflation is so important because it drives very high the prices of housing, the prices of food, the prices of medicine, and it disturbs the supply chain, it is very important that we move to a system that is deflationary. The problem also with when you put your economy on the fossil fuel is that it affects a lot of things. Now, coming back to the financial sector, a couple of points that I want to make is this thing on double materiality. So the finance sector, the banks, the insurance, the pension plans, and the private investors, they will tell you that they are very scared of transition because of the regulations that are going to change, because of the physical risk of these extreme weather events that are destroying important and essential infrastructure. In Canada, some of this infrastructure are not even finished to be paid. So when a road, a highway, a train, a rail train, or electric transmission lines falls and it's not being paid, so who's going to pay for that? So we have the insurance and the reinsurance. So on one hand, they tell you that they're very scared of this cost because these extreme weather events in the global north are costing billions per event. At the same time, they will keep investing in fossil fuels. So there is materiality here and there is materiality there. What are the governments doing? So everybody resists to financial regulations. Everybody resists. They don't like. They tell us that, again, the free market is going to regulate itself, but it doesn't. It doesn't because we input subsidies. So the governments are relying on the regulators for them to disclose this climate-related risk. But they are basing this on voluntary actions, voluntary. So if somebody wants to say, well, I'm at risk, we'll accept that. And of course, this puts penalty on the ones that disclose. But disclosure is only sort of the diagnostics. It's sort of that this is what's going on, these are the risks. It doesn't reduce the greenhouse gas emission. So what we need is not only mandatory disclosure, but we also need these transition plans in detail, how a sector is going to, from today to 2050 reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So we have, for example, in Canada, where we have an oligopoly of banks because there is only 5 big banks, they have all joined the Net Zero Alliance. But when you go into the details and want to see how much they have reduced their emissions, you'll see that it's 0. And when you go to the oil and gas that also have their Net Zero Alliance, and you ask them how much you have reduced, they will say intensity, in terms of intensity, meaning that per barrel of oil, they have reduced the greenhouse gas emissions. But if you don't put a cap on emissions, or you don't put a cap in production, and you have, as Francesco showed in Canada, we keep exploring and extracting oil, then the production continue and increases. And this is incoherent with a pledge of net zero 2050. Now, why is this important and why is critical that this financial sector aligns with the Paris Agreement commitments is because, as it was mentioned before, there are a lot of compounding effects. So we are living in a multi-crisis time. We have talked about biodiversity loss, but in reality, scientists have also been very clear. There are 9 mechanisms that regulate the planet Earth to be hospitable to humans. At least 6 of these planet Earth regulation systems are attaining tipping points. So it's not only climate change or global warming, but it's biodiversity loss, it's ocean acidification, is the disruption of important geochemical cycles of nitrogen and phosphorus, which is the nutrients, and pollution. Plastic is there, and plastic is 30% of our budget, carbon budget that is left. So we have to tackle also the plastic problem. And finally, we have to be very careful with false solutions. For example, some say that carbon capture, storage, and utilization will allow us to continue in the exploitation of fossil fuels. Yet, as an engineer, I can tell you that when I started my PhD 32 years ago, we were already using carbon capture and reutilization and knew that this has very limited and very expensive. So with that, I think that just to say that while there is a lot of challenge, and one of the challenge is really forcing, guiding, pushing the financial sector to join the transition to stop financing fossil fuels, but the other is the opportunities in what renewable energy can bring, and taking a lot of care in that during this transition and the need of these critical minerals doesn't end in another type of colonization as we have seen it in the past. So with that, thank you so much, colleagues. So we have, I'm the chair of this part. The topic 1 is progress of G7 compliance with their commitments on winding down finances and subsidies for fossil fuel projects. And we have a first speaker, Luca Bergamaschi from ECO. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here and very inspired by your speeches, but also presence here in Italy. I'm Luca Bergamaschi from the Italian think tank ECHO. We are based in Italy. We do lots of work, of course, in Italy, Europe, but increasingly in the Mediterranean and with African partners, including some African parliamentarians. So it's great to see you here. And to be honest, it's a shame that there are no more Italian parliamentarians here or parliamentarians from G7 countries, which I think they should definitely join. And it's great to see Canada here. It's very important given that Canada will have the G7 presidency next year. So it's important that we start thinking about how to increase pressure to advance progress in the G7, because the long story short is that there is very little progress in G7 country to phase out fossil fuel subsidies. So maybe the next two slides. Next one, I think. Okay. I just wanted to show you, I will show you just where we are on G7 commitment and a little bit of the state of play. The work. Is my slides or is the projection? Oh, yes. If we can go back a few slides. Another one. Another one. Oh, okay, we can. Sorry about that. It doesn't work. Okay. So in the slide before, I just wanted to show where we got in terms of G7 commitment. So this is just to say that, so where we are so far, so maybe I'll start with this. Where we are so far is basically between 2020 and 2022, G7 were still providing 25.6 billion each year in international support. So this, if you want, there are international fossil fuel subsidies for projects that G7 are supporting through the development financial institution. For example, in Italy is the Cassa Depositi e Prestiti. In Germany is the KfW. And the Export Credit Agency are those public agencies that provide credits and guarantees for investment in fossil fuels. So despite being a commitment to phase out international support by 2022, we see that this promise is broken. I think we probably hear more later from my colleague Simone and others. This is the international support. Can you go to the next slides? This is the domestic. So at domestic level, you will see that in 2022, we estimated something around 200 billion still there on fossil fuel subsidies, which is massive. And if you see the spike, it is because we have the gas prices crisis from the following the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The spike is particularly in a European country in the UK. But again, just to remember that in the previous slide that you couldn't see before, the G7 committed to phase out fossil fuel subsidy next year. So they're saying next year we should get rid of 200 billion like this. So it's a lot, and we think also that promise will be broken. But of course, we know that it's not easy. Politically, it's not easy because a lot of those subsidies goes to protect low-income households, but not all of them. So a lot of the increase that came in terms of subsidies went to actually high-income households, because the policy were not designed properly for just targeting to low-income households. So, for example, households that have a second home or have a huge use of gas because of lifestyles, that they also benefit from some of the subsidies. So it's very important that when you design a policy, it's targeted for only those households that are low-income and needy. Otherwise, your budget explodes, and that's why you see that huge peak. So there is still a lot work to do despite G7 commitments. So G7, they like to talk, but it's sometimes difficult to turn that into action. That's why it's important that we should have more parliamentarians from G7 countries joining, because they need to bring forward this commitment in their constituencies. So next slide. But there is also some interesting examples from G7 countries, for example, from Italy. So since 2017, Italy publish every year a catalog of, they call it, of environmentally harmful subsidies, which also contain fossil fuel subsidies, and basically is a tool to monitor and transparently publish how much the state is providing. And every year, on average, Italy estimates that provide 20 billion in harmful subsidies, which is good. It's good to know that the government shows this data because civil society and parliamentarians can have a public debate and there can be public scrutiny about what the government is doing. So this catalog looks at all number of subsidies that are used at local level, at national level, international level, for example, in the transport sector. And it's interesting because what you see that a lot of these subsidies are decided in the budget law. So parliamentarian has a lot of impact, but a lot of them are prepared by the finance ministries. And so as the Honorable Senator from Canada reminded us, this is not just a climate issue. So we really need to get finance minister much more involved because from a climate energy perspective, we know what we have to do, but the finance minister are very, very conservative because of course there are social impacts around it. So it's important that we need to be mindful of that. Next slide. That said, what Italy is actually doing, not very much. So for example, the Draghi government managed to reduce subsidies by 100 million. Compared to 100 billion is really, really little. So there is much more that can be done. The current government is committed to gradually phase out fossil fuel subsidy by 2030. So we will see what we get. And there is concrete commitment from the Italian government to remove 2 billion by 2026 and 3.5 billion by 2030. It's very late compared to what G7 said. G7 said 2025, but at least they're starting looking at it. And the reason why Italy is committing to it is because the European Commission is putting conditions for accessing funds. So the REPowerEU is a European fund that basically said, if you want to commit to have the funding, you need to review your subsidies. So which we think is very good. So the slide that you couldn't see before basically showed you where we got in terms of G7 language. And this year in Turin, G7 countries committed to provide a progress report next year, but also for the first time, they committed to try to define what inefficient fossil fuels are. Okay, here we go. So this is a little bit of history about the G7 commitment. The long story short is that we've been talking about this for 15 years, since 2009 in the G20 leaders, where they said that over the medium term, we need to phase out inefficient. So it's very vague. What does it mean over medium term, or what does it mean inefficient? In the G7 in 2016, they set the target of 2025. Again, talking about inefficient. The question is there an inefficient fossil fuel subsidies? We don't know. In 2021, in Glasgow, G7 country except Japan committed to phase out international fossil fuel subsidies. The reality is, as you saw, they're still committing 25 billion to international fossil fuel subsidies. And in 2023, as you see, G7 at least ended subsidies for coal in 2021. This was a very good step forward, because now when we talk about fossil fuels, basically we talk about gas and oil. I think that is an important thing to keep in mind. And at COP28 in the GST text, we really saw a commitment from all signatories in Dubai to phase out for the first time inefficient fossil fuel subsidies that basically take into account basically the energy poverty and the just transition issue, basically the social needs that are attached to it. Because yes, we need to phase out, but we need to also keep in mind that maybe for a period of time, some social classes are still need support. But again, the COP28 is a global now target. So next slide. So as I was saying, this year, there's been some progress, because for the first time, G7 said, we want a common definition of inefficient, because no one understands what inefficient means. So this year, there will be effort. We don't know how, but we think that the OECD and the IEA will try to work around a definition. And then we expect a report next year. So the report for next year might be interesting also for you to scrutinize better what G7 are doing. And they committed to the full implementation of ending international fossil fuel subsidies, which is, again, is a broken promise from 2022. As you know, I added some other part, there is this target of transition away from fossil fuels, which we think it could be a good driver also for subsidies. If it is implementing in domestic plans and policies. Again, we hope the finance minister will be involved in setting out domestic plans for transition away from fossil fuels. And again, there's a recognition that trillions of dollars needed for the transition. But the interesting thing is that all this stuff was agreed by climate minister in April. Then 3 weeks after, so in mid-May, the finance minister met and there was no language about subsidy. So even if the same country is not able to speak the same language. So this is an interesting development. Next slide, please. So I already talked about this. Next slide. Next slide. There was Italy again. And I think my last slides, if there is the conclusions. Next one. Okay, so what we would like to see from the G7. So first, to find a common definition of inefficient. So we would like to see that by the end of the year, and also hopefully socialize the mainstream by OECD. So that also maybe the G20 can start thinking about what is efficient, what is inefficient. We need to see a strategy, not only just a commitment, but a strategy of how to do it, and probably starting from what we call no regret. No regret as those that have the least social economic impact. And there is plenty of useless subsidies that we're just using, for example, in Italy for supporting diesel car, which is the most polluted now we know way of transport. And finally, we would like to see some steps from now until the end of the year towards the 2025 deadline. So, for example, for Italy, as I told you, there are 20 billion subsidy. We have identified at least 5 billion that you could cut it tomorrow with very little impact. And it's about political will, and that's why we need to see many more MPs from Italy and from other G7 countries joining your leadership. And it's great to see the leadership, in particular for Global South country, here also coming to Italy. It's very refreshing and inspiring, and very happy to support you. And thank you for your leadership.
Okay. So the next one, we have Alexandre Nolot of Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative, with specific to EU progress. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. If it's already the afternoon, I have to check the time. I'm Alexandre Nolot. I'm the European head of campaigns and advocacy for the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative. I am with my colleagues Arjit and Richard, who are there to help me and to support our team, talking about the fossil fuel subsidies, especially from the European perspective. And just to give you a short introduction about what is the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative. It's an initiative endorsed by 13 countries at this stage, CSOs, academics, MPs, that support more international cooperation to phase out fossil fuel at the international level, especially in complementing the UNFCCC agreement with a new treaty focusing on a fair and just transition to renewable energy and for a phase out of fossil fuel. So many different things have already been said about where we are in terms of commitments on the fossil fuel subsidies, especially from the G7. And you already know that the G7, but also the EU, took the commitment for the first time 50 years ago to phase out fossil fuel subsidies, especially what they call inefficient. And they already reiterated it at the last G7 ministerial event that took place in Japan. So I'm not going to really take a lot of time to talk about this. But let's talk about what have been implemented in terms of actions. So after these beautiful commitments, now it's time to take stock. And to be honest, the reality is quite tough. And we have to say that the EU and the individual member states, including France, Germany, Italy, simply don't walk the talk. Not only there is no gradual decline on fossil fuel subsidies, but they are in fact on the rise. If we are talking about the period between 2015 until 2021, fossil fuel subsidies have remained stable at about 56 billion euros. In 2022, they increased to 123 billion euros, so they doubled. It means that Europe is pumping 4,000 euros into fossil fuel subsidies every second. And we have also to notice that there is a massive concentration of investment of fossil fuel subsidies because France, Germany, and Italy represent 60% of all fossil fuel subsidies granted in 2022. The thing which is also problematic, it's while there are investments in renewable energies, resources, is just not enough and inferior to fossil fuel subsidies. So for instance, in 2022, subsidies for renewable energy sources across the EU reach only 87 billion euros compared to what I just said, 1 to 3 billion euros allocated to fossil fuel subsidies. So the question is why? The main reason, as said by Luca, is that the EU leaders, to respond to the energy crisis and the Russian invasion, took just the wrong decision. Instead of giving priority to the energy transition, they have listened to the fossil fuel industry lobbyists, especially the gas ones, to build many new fossil fuel gas terminals, pipelines to source gas from alternative suppliers. So we are talking about the US, Norway, but also the African continent, and Azerbaijan, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. They are also building new gas power plants. And if you check the overall projects that are already under construction, this could result in annual greenhouse gas emissions equivalent to 50 coal plants just for the new projects under construction. And what is unfortunate, of course, is that it will probably continue this year and next year. So the IMF estimate that if the fossil fuel subsidies will a bit decline next year and the year after, they are expected to remain, however, far above the levels that we observed between 2015 and 2021. So at this rate, as said by Luca, fulfilling the commitment of phasing out of fossil fuel subsidies by 2015 seems very, very unlikely. And before talking about the solutions, let's see where the issues are exactly. So the issues are at two levels in Europe. First of all, let's talk about the EU budget itself. So the EU budget is very important to provide investment subsidies for new energy infrastructure. So new pipelines, new power plants, but also, no, I said it, new pipelines, sorry. So the EU budget has restricted funding for some fossil fuel investments, in excluding support for coal and oil investments. So they are on the right track on this fossil fuel energy. But major fossil gas investments are still eligible in the largest EU funds. So Europe is allocating this budget not just to develop fossil gas projects on the continent, but also outside in other countries. So for example, the REPower EU external budget targets liquid natural gas, LNG, imports from Egypt, West Africa, but also fossil gas through pipeline diversification from Algeria and Azerbaijan. So the issue lies also at the member state level. According to an assessment which has been done by the European Commission about the national energy and climate plans of the EU countries, only 6 at the 27 EU member states, only 6 of the 27 EU member states have expressed their intention to fully phase out fossil fuel subsidies in their national budgets. So while they took commitments at the international level to phase out fossil fuel subsidies, if you really check the national budgets, they just don't walk the talk. And they don't provide these countries which have also expressed their intention, so the 6 ones, they don't provide a concrete end date. So more than half of these subsidies have no end date set even after 2030. So you can imagine that 2025, the objective of the 2025 is clearly not feasible at this stage. So after the explanation of this pretty dark situation, it brings about legitimate questions. What are the solutions, and especially what you can do as MPs? So for the MEPs themselves, the solution is primarily political. So following the European elections, even with the rise of the far right, the winning coalition remains the same. So the EPP, Conservatives, the SNDs and Renew have the more seats in the European Parliament. These groups, the parties, and the next presidency of the European Commission, we need to collaborate together to develop a new green and social deal. And they will need to include measures to phase out of any support to fossil fuel exploration and production. But where I invite you also to do something is create new links with the newcomers, especially in these groups, to build pressure on their demands, on their policies regarding the fossil fuel phase out. For instance, from now to November, there will be a very critical moment for the European Union, which is the appointment of the new commissioners, especially the Commissioner on Climate, the Commissioner on Energy, but also the ones related to the budget. And we absolutely need your pressure to convince the newcomers, especially from the groups that I have mentioned, but also, of course, allies like the Greens, to put pressure on these commissioners, these appointed commissioners, to commit to develop a roadmap on a clear fossil fuel phase out of subsidies. The key moment will be between September and October, when these new commissioners will be questioned by the MPs. And so if you have time after this speech to talk about potential collaboration, to put pressure on these MPs, but also on these commissioners, I will be very glad to discuss with you. There are also other concrete recommendations that the EU needs to do. For instance, in the new green and social deals that we would like to see, they need to amend the EU regulations on the current EU budget to avoid any possibility of providing support to new fossil fuel infrastructure. They have also to revise the countries, to revise the national energy and climate plans, and to submit clearly a roadmap for the phase out of fossil fuel subsidies. And of course, last but not least, we are calling the MEPs and the new European Commission to support the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative, because what we need now is really big and bold ideas. And at this moment in history, especially when the far right is rising in Europe, but also everywhere, and with the fact that we are in the middle of the climate crisis, we need some big and bold new ideas. So thanks for your attention, and I will be very glad to talk with you after the event.
Thank you, Luca. Merci, Alexandre. We are going to pause now to have 1 hour lunch. We need to be back by 2. And I'm told that the lunch is going to be served just across in the restaurant. Sorry? Para, okay. Just one thing, can we leave our things here or do we need to carry our things? We can leave, so we can leave our things. So, bon appetit. Okay. I hope you all enjoy lunchtime. So colleagues, we are continuing with topic 2, barriers and prospects, progress of financial institutions, capital markets, and asset managers' divestment from fossil fuels. So for start with this topic 2, we'll invite Richard Folland from Carbon Tracker Initiative. Richard, the floor is yours.
Afternoon, everybody. I was a bit concerned, actually, that I was going to be speaking straight after lunch, but now we've had that sort of party time for 5 minutes. That's relaxed things nicely, I think. So, yeah, my name is Richard Folland, and I head policy and government relations for Carbon Tracker Initiative. And I should say I'm delighted to have this opportunity to talk to you in particular to address this important inquiry about private finance. I should first say something about Carbon Tracker, what we do, and who I am. So Carbon Tracker, we're a mission-driven think tank and research organization. We address the energy transition and climate risk. Our primary audience is finance and investment, but our research also does have implications for policymakers. We were established in 2010, and since then we contributed substantially to the public policy debate around this agenda, and we've been a thought leader. So to give you one example there, we have helped to really popularize the concept of stranded assets, if you've come across that. So given that our research is aimed so much at private finance, and I'm talking here about the banks, the pension funds, the asset managers, we are particularly interested in what they are doing to help accelerate the transition in a positive way. But we do stay across what's happening on public finance as well, and what governments, policymakers, parliamentarians are doing in this area, we think is really vital work. And, you know, in particular, in view of the interplay between the private sector and the public sector around finance. And I will go into that a little bit in my remarks. But you've heard from the experts on public finance before lunch. So I'm going to focus on private finance now, but then briefly just to tell you about who I am. So I worked in your world, I guess. I was in the government world for a long time. I was a British diplomat, and I've worked on climate change and energy policy in particular, both in government. I used to head energy policy for the British government 15, 20 years ago, but also I've worked in capital markets as well. So I've seen it from both sides, so to speak. I've advised Carbon Tracker for about 10 years in this area. And as Alex said before lunch, I'm also involved with the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative as well. I'm their European diplomatic advisor. So I'm briefly going to go now into progress on private finance and also into the barriers and the prospects. But before I go into that, I thought it'd be helpful to give you our starting point really for all of this, the platform, as it were, and this being Article 2.1.c of the Paris Climate Agreement from 2015. And maybe it's a useful reminder if I read out what 2.1.c says on private finance. It talks about the need to make financial flows consistent with a pathway towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development. Really important. That's our starting point. So if I'm looking at the progress on private finance, and in the context relating to your inquiry about what are the steps in terms of transitioning away from investing in fossil fuels, also what we heard about in the global stocktake as well, of course, in Dubai. I mean, there's 3 points I'm going to make briefly here. One is that we are seeing some progress. We're seeing some financial institutions, particularly in Europe, who have decided to stop investing in coal. So they have what we call exclusion policies here around coal. And there are reports, and I'd be happy to share any of these. There was one from the London School of Economics last autumn, which looked at overall fossil fuel financing, and where a few banks, European, have committed to exclude their on and off balance sheet activities that finance new thermal coal. But what that report also showed, and this is my second point, is that none of the banks have admitted to a more ambitious policy, exclusion policy on either on coal financing, but also on fossil fuel financing more generally. And the work that we do at Carbon Tracker, we see still this ongoing lack of ambition as far as the financial institutions are concerned on oil, gas, and coal financing. I can give you 2 very quick examples on this. First, work that we did with a parliamentary body in the UK with the Parliament Environmental Audit Committee, which is an important parliamentary body, and we worked with them where they wrote to over 50 financial institutions, a range banks, asset managers, pension funds, asking them about their overall policies on climate change, in particular addressing fossil fuel financing. And they specifically addressed what was in the IEA, the International Energy Agency Net Zero 2050 report, about there is no need for new fossil fuel infrastructure if we're going to stay within 1.5 degrees warming. And it was very revealing, the replies that the Environmental Audit Committee received back from these financial institutions, bearing in mind that London is a big international financial centre. And what was clear is that a lot of them, they don't even have policies on fossil fuel financing available on their website. So there's a lack of transparency. Lawrence, you were talking about transparency earlier. But also what they found from those who did reply is that most of these financial institutions were not interested in retiring their fossil fuel assets. And the sorts of reasons that they give, they say this is too impractical. They've got to take into consideration energy security. We would talk about that quite a lot. Also the just transition as well. Then one further example briefly, we at Carbon Tracker, we collaborated with Imperial College London on a net zero scorecard for financial institutions to try to give them scores in terms of their approach towards climate change and sustainability. And again, it was very revealing how few of these financial institutions actually could be categorized as progressive or leaders in this area. I mean, there was basically 9 of them out of the 50 institutions assessed, 8 in Europe, the other one being in New York. I think that's a pension fund. I think it's the state pension fund in New York. And again, just not really addressing fossil fuel financing. I think the final point I just want to make about progress is that in some areas we're worried that actually we're moving backwards. I think before lunch, we heard reference to GFANZ, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. That was launched at COP26 in Glasgow. Mark Carney was there, big fanfare, $130 trillion, this green war to invest, but if you actually look at the progress made since by GFANZ on fossil fuel financing, it's been a bit of a struggle. Now, this is partly because climate and ESG is being really politicized in the US. as you might have heard quite a bit there. So what it's resulted in for GFANZ is that some major financial institutions have dropped out of GFANZ altogether. They're getting nasty letters from Republican politicians, from state financial controllers, and so on. There was a subsector, an insurance alliance, that has collapsed altogether because they're worried they're going to get sued in the US if they start thinking about disinvesting from fossil fuels. So just wanted to say that it's a mixed bag on progress. So turning to barriers, and then I'll say something about prospects. Again, I'm going to be quite brief here because we can also get into some of this in the questions and the discussion as well. So 3 barriers I want to give you examples here, all of which relate actually to the role of policymakers. First of all, you heard from Luca before lunch on fossil fuel subsidies. I really wanted to underline the point. Financial institutions really take note of what policymakers, what the G7, what the G20, what the COP says in these areas. And, when they see mixed signals or lack of action on areas like fossil fuel subsidies, well, that sends the wrong signal to them in terms of their financing approach. Second point I wanted to make, and Alex actually referred to this, about the power of the fossil fuel lobby. Now, those of you, I guess quite a number of you were at COP28 in Dubai. So there were over 2,400 industry representatives of the oil and gas industry. And it's a climate change conference, bear that in mind. So that gives you an example. Carbon Tracker, we have a sister organization called Planet Tracker that does a lot of work on wider environmental issues. So a colleague of mine recently, she was at the plastics treaty negotiations in Ottawa, and she was struck there by the number of oil and gas lobbyists there at the plastics treaty negotiations. And why is that the case? Well, again, the oil and gas industry, they're worried about the impacts of a plastics treaty on the petrochemicals industry. What would that mean for their demand? Final point just on barriers. Again, we had a couple of examples a bit about this before lunch as well. Right, we might see action or targets being set by the climate and energy ministries, but also think equally, if we're talking about private finance, private or public finance, what are the ministries of finance doing? What are the financial regulators doing? In other words, my point here is that it requires a whole of government cross-cutting, coordinated approach by governments on this. It cannot be left just up to the climate and energy policymakers. And I'll just give you one example there of work that we're doing right now to single out as well the role of central banks on climate risk and also the approach towards fossil fuel financing as well. So the central banks, they do a lot of modeling around climate change and climate change scenarios, and their modeling and their analysis is used a lot as the basis for advice to pension funds on the approach that they take towards climate change and on fossil fuels. And work that we're doing a lot of this at Carbon Tracker right now, working with partners in the UK and in Europe. And what we're seeing is that the climate models that the central banks, many of them operate under the NGFS, if you're familiar with that, the Network for Greening the Financial System. The models that they use are not sufficiently up to speed with the climate science. They're not taking into account issues like tipping points. Are they taking into account policy, technological factors? So those are some barriers. Just on prospects, briefly, 3 examples I'll give to you here. So within the COP negotiations at the moment, as I'm sure you know, the 2 big priorities, one are the NDCs and the other is finance, international climate finance. And this process with a rather complicated new collective quantified goal, which I still struggle to get the acronym right for that, but NCQG, it doesn't trip off so easily off the tongue, but that we believe that can make, coming together at COP29 can make a major contribution in terms of what the signal that can send in terms of mobilizing private sector financing behind the transition, because we believe that the lion's share financing for the transition, the trillions that you talked about, I mean, it's going to have to come from private finance. The public finance has the role to mobilize, but most is going to come from private finance. So the NCQG process is important. NDCs, we're hearing a bit now. I think we hear this quite a bit from the UNFCCC, from Simon Steele, Executive Director of UNFCCC, within NDCs to have a finance or an investment plan. That's important, we think, again, in terms of sending a signal to the private sector. I think my final point here on prospects, so much of it, though, at the end of the day, comes down to what are national governments doing? What are their policies and regulation in place? And that's where we really need new ideas in terms of mobilizing private finance. You know, there are one or two ideas kicking around now where you might have a sort of a green premium in terms of lending on low carbon energy and technologies. You know, you might have a differing interest rate for high carbon, low carbon. Even President Macron's been talking about that. That's the sort of thinking that I think we need to sort of, you know, take me back to our starting point if we're really going to be addressing properly Article 2.1.c, you know, moving from high carbon to low carbon. Anyway, I hope that's been of interest, and happy to join the questions and discussion later on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Richard. Next is Simone Ogno from RICOM. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Esteemed parliamentarians and members of the Global Inquiry Committee, civil society organization members and think tanks, staff worker. I want to thank you on behalf of RICOM for inviting us to speak at such important event and for making it possible. For more than 10 years, our organization has been carrying on public campaigning, advocacy, and engagement work with various stakeholders on the social, environmental, and all non-financial responsibility of the main Italian companies and financial institutions. Among the topics of our work is certainly the decarbonization of a financial institution, being them private or public, starting with the portfolio of operations. On the side of the public financial institution, our work focuses more on export credit agencies, which I will speak briefly. The G7 nation, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, United Kingdom, and the United States meet at a historic time right now, a historic time for climate politics. This is the first time G7 countries are meeting since the landmark decision reached at the 2023 UN Climate Summit in Dubai, in which the world nations agreed for the first time to transition away from fossil fuels in a just, equitable, and fairly manner. However, not only G7 countries are among the world's biggest extractor of fossil fuels, they also have a large domestic expansion plan that are sabotaging any hope of achieving the climate goals that they themselves are rapidly committed to. Abroad, G7 members continue to provide billions in taxpayer money for international fossil fuel projects, despite repeatedly promising to end financial support for these projects. Because the G7 international public finance shapes global energy investment, the G7 should be the first mover in any support for fossil fuel and promoting true energy security and affordability for everyone. In 2021, 6 of the G7 countries, all but Japan, as Luca said before, pledged onto the Clean Energy Transition Partnership, CETP, pledge at the United Climate Summit in Glasgow, pledged to end international public finance for fossil fuel projects abroad by December 31, 2022. Well, That was the main goal at the beginning. Despite this, the G7 countries' fossil fuel finance continues. Data from the Public Finance for Clean Energy database shows that between 2020 and 2022, the G7 provided USD 25.7 millions of public money for fossil fuel projects abroad, compared to US dollars 10.3 billions for clean energy. 40% of the funding for fossil fuels finance gas projects, while an additional 46% finance mixed oil and gas projects. The top 3 countries of the G7 financing fossil fuel between 2020 and 2022 were Canada, Japan, and Italy, unfortunately. Last year, the G7 leaders' communique falsely stated that the G7 had handed new direct public support for the international unabated fossil fuel energy sector in 2022. And as of May 15, 2024, so until 2 weeks ago, Oil Change International has struck at least 8.5 billion of US dollars in public support for fossil fuel projects abroad from G7 countries since the end of 2022, with Japan, United States, and Italy again providing the majority of this funding. Worse still, 10.3 billion of US dollars on average that the G7 committed to financially support clean energy from 2020 to 2022 did not flow where, how it was needed to deliver global and just energy transition. 48% of this money went to high-income countries compared to just 1% to low-income countries, as Senator Ed Markey stated before, and 35% to lower middle-income countries. Export credit agencies have a big role in this because they are the worst international public finance sectors. Broadening the spectrum from G7 to G20 countries, export credit agencies account for 65% of all known fossil fuel activity between 2020 and 2022. ECAs are little known official or quasi-semi-official government agencies that provide government-backed credit, insurance guarantees, facilitated loans for international operation of corporations from their home country. And increasingly, these are provided for domestic operation as well. ECA support investment that would be too risky for private finance alone, and therefore are much less likely to go ahead without government backing. ECAs have strong ties to the fossil fuel industry and have shown little initiative to shift financing away from oil and gas, and that's one of the main obstacles. Issues with transparency and accountability have plagued ECAs, and they are often opaque institutions that provide few details on their investment, and then that's a second obstacle. According to the dictates of international trade, it is the low-income and the lower middle-income countries that are considered most at risk for investment. Consequently, projects in those countries are where ECAs direct most of their support. That's the reason why, even though ECAs have no development mandate, they have a massive development impact. In cases where the country buyer of goods imported with an export credit guarantee has been private entity, private debt has often resulted in public debt. This has occurred when the host government had to issue a guarantee to cover the loss of exporting company where a private buyer has defaulted on its debts. Moreover, we have seen time and time again how non-guarantee private debts turns into public debt as a result of financial crisis. ECAs have been a key source of finance for liquefied natural gas projects, LNG projects, taking on the risks associated with these expensive mega projects that are beyond the capacity of even the largest fossil fuel company to finance single-handedly. For example, 9 G20 ECAs are supporting gas extraction and midstream projects in Mozambique, Cabo Delgado province, increasingly marred by the armed conflict, social inequalities, and increasingly frequent and violent natural phenomena. Canada, Korea, Japan, China, and Italy were the largest 3 ECA supporters of fossil fuels from 2020 to 2022. And Canada high total is driven by the Export Development Canada that is unusually broad mandate that allows for domestic finance. Between 2020 and 2022, 40% of EDC finance went to support the Trans-Mountain Pipeline and Coastal GasLink pipeline projects, both of which have been met with legal challenges and protest over the climate impacts and for violating the sovereignty of First Nations. In 2023, Italy Export Credit Agency SACE approved 8 loan guarantees for oil and gas and petrochemical projects amounting to the outstanding amount of 4.95 billion US dollars. And in 2024, it will likely approve hundreds of millions for fossil fuel projects in Vietnam, Brazil, and Mozambique again. The ranking of the G20 countries for public financing of fossil fuels sees Italy in the lead among European countries and 5th globally. It is precisely because of its export credit agency that Italy is so high in the ranking of oil and gas financing countries. The UK, Canada, and France are the only G7 countries that have put forward policy aligned with the CTP to end almost all new oil and gas export finance, while a growing number of non-G7 countries, including Finland, Sweden, New Zealand, Ethiopia, Mali, and Salvador, Fiji, Jordan, Sri Lanka, and more, are stopping export credit finance for fossil fuel projects abroad. Unfortunately, Italy, Germany, and the United States have policies that fall short of the commitment and have big loopholes that are allowing ongoing fossil gas support. That's the reason why CTP is not enough. The OECD arrangement on officially support export credits rules that all OECD countries' ECAs must follow. Currently, it restricts most coal finance, and in November 2023, EU, UK, and Canada put forward a proposal to expand the coal-fired prohibition to include oil and gas financing. 8 out of 11 OECD negotiating countries have now signed onto the CPT. In 2024, more OECD members countries that are also CETP signatories are expected to respond to this proposal and either align with them or propose alternatives to aligning the OECD arrangement with international climate goals. This is one of the last opportunities we have to make a better use of public money for contributing to climate crisis, environmental devastation, and debt and social inequality to a just transition tailored on the real needs of people and the planet. And at the same time, we encourage more and more countries like your countries to sign onto the CTP to make additional pressure to OECD countries to align to the Paris Agreement. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Richard, Simone, for your presentations. Now is the time for questioning. So I don't know how you want to do this, but I think we have, each one of us, lots of questions. The speakers are there. And who wants to open the ball for questions? Any side. Anthony?
No, I wanted to propose the sitting arrangement.
Ah, the sitting arrangement.
Just a few chairs in front.
Okay, good idea. Yeah. So please, Luca, Alexandre, Richard, Simone, if you can, Simone, if you can come and sit. Yes, yes. Okay, so while my colleagues put their questions, I have one. So most of you, and I include myself in that, we have paint a dark reality. And mostly we talk about the challenges and what is going bad. I think we need to be constructive and we need to focus on solutions. So I will start with something that I did. I table a bill in the Canadian Parliament. It's called S243, and is aligning the finance with the climate commitments. And I must tell you that initially I was very negative about it, but with the support of civil society, it has moved to the point that today I'm very proud to say that the House of Commons launched an initiative and a study on my bill before it reached their house. So there is hope, but what else can we do? Because we are saying that, you know, time is of essence, and we just have a decade at the max, and that we still need the 1.5 degree scenario to stay alive if we want humanity to survive. Well, how do we push? Who do we push? Yes.
Yes, thank you so much.
Lucas. Yes.
I think you mentioned at the very beginning about the role of the finance ministries. And for, I think, many of us that really work towards climate and energy ministries or the climate and energy community, we need to, I think, refocus our advocacy efforts towards the finance ministries, which means both the officials inside the ministry, means a political level. How do we speak with financial ministers? So I think there's a lot that can be done. And we shouldn't take for granted that there isn't political will. Probably very few people have pitched that to them, you know, and so I think there is an opening there. But equally, I think we need to understand better how financial decisions are made in countries. So I think activating parliamentarians that vote and decide on the budget laws in various countries, I think is very important. So we need to be able to bring this element of public finance and subsidies within this more maybe technical conversation that deals with finance decisions. And there is many actors, I think, from civil society that, you know, can provide analysis and studies, but there is also the private sectors, both from companies, but also the financial sectors that is very, would be very happy to be engaged. We just need to find, you know, bring the right people in front of the right decision makers, and perhaps we need to prioritize more the finance ministries. So I think, I don't know if there is much hope in there, but I think it's something that I am confident that if we increase our advocacy towards them, we might see more steps, because again, as I said, there is a lot of subsidies that are completely nonsense. Yeah. Some of them in Italy they were set like in the 70s, but just no one bothered to go and say this doesn't make sense and, you know, cast lights on those things. So I think there is a lot that can be done. We just need to refocus our attention, I think, a little bit.
Thank you, Luca. Richard.
Thanks. Yeah, I want to build on what Luca was saying. Luca was talking more about subsidies there. Finance ministries and finance regulators, and I referred to this a little bit. I want to give you one example. So in the UK at the moment, as you may know, we have a general election campaign, and it's going to be on the 4th of July, the election. Now, a number of us in civil society and research organizations, we are working under the radar, so to speak, with the Labour Party opposition, because when they, assuming they win the election, that we would like to see them change the mandate on climate change and climate risk for the Bank of England, for the central bank. Because what's happened in the UK is that the current government in the UK has downgraded climate risk as a priority for the Bank of England. And so we have ideas. We've been feeding them in to the Labour Party opposition, and we'll see. I mean, it won't be their first action if they come into power, but you know, we're hoping, we're taking those ideas on board, that then at some point before too long, the finance minister would write to the governor of the Bank of England, say, right, this is the new mandate for you, the new government, and that climate risk will be further up, because that opens doors. It really does so much. You know, the Bank of England is key to all of this, all the central banks. But remember, ultimately, that the central banks, they get their marching orders from finance ministries. They're the ones who actually would tell them what to do, and then it's up to the central banks how to implement it. So that's one example. It really could make a difference.
Thank you so much. Yes, that reminds me of the fiduciary duty that in most of the countries, they say, well, the fiduciary duty to the shareholders is to bring profit, but it's not necessarily, because during court cases, judges have said it's not only that, it's all the public good, the public well-being. But I want to add one little more aspect in my early question, which is that because all of these subsidies, oil and gas is cheaper, but actually the development of renewable energy is, you know, following a learning curve, and is following very fast. And there is no enough information on what is the return on investment when on renewable energy. So I have heard during a United Nations training that for every dollar that is invested in nature solutions and in renewable energy or biodiversity protection, it can bring back between $15 and $30. Can you talk about why we don't know the co-benefits or the returns and investment for renewable energy? Or also expand on my first question. I think, what is it? Francesco, you wanted to say something?
I didn't want to particularly respond, but I can respond if you like.
I put you on the spot, sorry.
Yes, that's okay.
Mi dispiace.
So why isn't it more known? I think that perhaps it's, you know, the way that returns are made in nature-based activities, solutions, and all these things are not what the modern, you know, capitalistic economy is you know, used to treating in. And, you know, there are lots of instances, for example, you know, indigenous controlled protected areas are the best governed protected areas, and we see that they are most effectively managed. But in a world where, you know, we're going more into technology, the economy, and things like that, perhaps these things are sometimes overlooked. And traditionally, very money-intensive industries tend to advertise the things that they make, and so these things can be discounted. Hopefully that's
thank you. Yes.
Contribution.
Yes, please. Simone.
Maybe not directly addressing your question, but I think what we have to do is to make the loss associated with oil and gas investments more visible, because there are more and more losses associated. Okay, we have the revenues, we have the profits, but then we have minus the cost for health impacts associated with those projects. Then we have the pollution, the cost for the pollution associated with that project. Then we have, at some point, we're going to have the cost associated with the stranded assets that these projects are becoming sooner or later. So we have costs associated with the loss of jobs for all those workers in the oil and gas industry. So we have to change and shift the paradigm right now before it's too late, even from a conceptual point of view. There are the costs associated with the oil and gas, with fossil fuels. They are not that profitable as some governments and companies want us to believe. So there are costs that are not associated with renewables. I mean, not all of them. because we are not going to have costs associated with health. For sure, we're going to have costs associated with exploiting the natural resources, but that's the reason why we have to develop a renewables energy system that is really fair and equitable for everybody.
Perfect. Thank you. Colleagues have questions? Oh, you want to? Yes, please,
Yes,
go
please.
ahead. Alexandre.
Building off what has been said, not only on the Ministry of Finance targets and on changing the narrative. Yeah, I do think that, of course, we need to target more the finance ministers, and we did that in different campaigns, and CSOs did that, and of course, your sitting did it also probably. But we have also to admit that most of them are really conservative, as you said. So it's not just about educate them about the interest of green transition. It's also trying to put pressure on them to make sure that they do the right change. And it's not always easy, to be honest. One of the key tool and tactic that might be interesting and that probably we don't do enough, I'm speaking about Europe especially, is to mobilize, for instance, financial actors, shareholders, investors, who wants clearly to invest in the green transition and make sure that their voice is heard by the finance ministries. The other type of factors which have been a bit ignored in the campaign and advocacy work that has been done by NGOs in Europe it's absolutely not a judgment. I'm part of it. It's how we work more with small and middle-sized companies which have a clear benefit regarding the green transition. And you can imagine that in the recent years, the energy costs for these companies have been higher and higher. So they do have the interest to develop access to renewable energy and not just depend on the price of cars, on oil and coal on the European market, for instance. So we need to build more links with these companies to make sure that they are heard, that they speak in the key mainstream media to really push our messaging with the Ministry of Finances and of course beyond. And last but not least, because you mentioned it, the trade unions. There are different branches in trade unions. Some of them are in favor of the green transition. Some of them are really, of course, blocking because basically this is their job. They work in oil and gas industry. It's totally normal that just to protect their job. But we clearly need to change the narrative about in demonstrating that green jobs at the end can bring something more relevant for them and be sure that the trade unions really back the green transition too. So I hope that, yeah, we will work together to do this.
So all of you have mentioned at different times that we should follow a whole government approach. And, you know, one of example is not only go into the environment, climate, and natural resources minister, but also implicate the finance. But there are other elements in this finance sector, which is, for example, the competition, some regulators, the Competition Act. There is a lot of greenwashing. And, you know, net zero alliances of banks, net zero alliances of fossil fuels exist. And then when we go inside, we learn that they are not what they are pledging. They are not doing, they are not walking the talk. So that's another aspect that I think if you can comment, it will be important. But in Canada, for example, we are about to pass a bill that is called Sustainable Jobs. The opposition didn't like the word just transition, but they accepted the word sustainable jobs. But my question to the Ministry of Labor was, you are putting there this bill, but there is not yet a sustainable renewable energy sector. So who should be creating these jobs? And don't we need money to create this sector on sustainable jobs? Yes, please. Luca.
Yeah, so I think this is a very important question of how do we finance the transition and including mobilizing investment to produce productive things and capital and infrastructure and industries. And I want to say two things. So many countries, many African countries, many South American countries, and Italy have very high level of debt.
Yes.
And we know that the debt issue is getting worse and worse. And therefore there's an issue of that sustainability and how to avoid that default. Well, if you are, this is bad for the transition because those countries, in particular African country, they basically don't have access to capital because they are too risky, and so they can access the capital market. And at the same time, they don't have fiscal space to make those investments because they have too much debt, right? So, well, guess where is the first place to go in terms of finding resources? Fossil fuel subsidies, right? So there is a case there to first avoiding new subsidies because increase your debt if you're already very in debt. But if you're looking for new resources because you need for the transition, think about how you can use what you are spending for oil and gas for other things, right? So I think that's a very important point for how to manage very high level of debt. So where to find new resources. The second thing is, if you really want to do the transition, at some point, basically we need to electrify. And why are the costs of gas and oil so cheap? It's often is artificial, right? And of course, if you take a country like Algeria or any other country where the cost of gas is so low, it's impossible then to decarbonize because electricity at the moment will still be high. So I think we need to reverse that equation. So we need to make electricity, including electricity prices, cheaper. And so perhaps there is the case for subsidizing electricity prices if they come from renewables, right? Yeah. And so you basically create a condition to leave oil and gas, both the market condition, and therefore subsidies, because there is an electrified economy, because households are access to electricity, industries are access to electricity. So the more we electrify, the more actually we can reduce the oil and gas subsidies. And often it's a bit too distant, but actually in reality is much closer than we think, and probably we shouldn't, while we electrify, we should probably start increasing the price of gas, because by cutting the subsidies that goes into gas. So at some point there is no reason why petrol should be cheaper than electricity. Actually, electricity is already cheaper in transport in some cases, yeah? And so maybe we need to start lifting some of the subsidy for diesel at least and petrol in some countries. So.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, okay.
Yes, I would like to add one comment because on this. Thank you. So I would like to add some comments on this because, of course, I think that we need also to consider another part of the play and of the actors. So I mean, the people and the civil society, how to mobilize consensus, because nowadays, of course, everybody talk about climate change and so on, but not those technical aspects, and there are not a translation in more general speaking regarding those topics in order to engage people in asking some specific request to the governments to where to allocate the funds and so on. So then, in the meantime that we work with the technical actors and so on, we should work with them and following what Luca said before, so shifting towards the electrify, this is something of a democracy. I mean, the fossil fuel at the moment is a concentration affair business. Instead, the renewable could be much more spread, because if you, I mean, can find your own energy and so on, you are free from what the other impose to your bill and so on. So then, and this part could provide power, some power, we provide some power to the people. So then, and creates new allies in this kind of transition. So then they potentialize the power of finance or the Ministry of Finance or the central banks and so on, because are the people that retake the power to decide how they want to spend out, they want to consume and produce their energy. So, and in the meantime, we have to join these two kind of, process.
Thank you, Margarita. So we have Cecilia and then Sarjit.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't want to be, ask too much, so I'll pose some questions. If one of you would like to help me with these, thank you. First of all, I would like, regarding what Margarita was telling, try to explain these things to the public and gain public support, which is really a challenge. We all know that here. So which are the mechanisms that are working best in terms of sustainable financing? Are they some examples we could maybe say, okay, look at this? Thomas, you were mentioning, like, you said, differentiated interest rates, but which of them are really providing results, especially in developing countries? If any of you know something, thank you, because I would go into that area in order to try to explain why we should make the transition. That would be one. The second thing has also to do with something that Margarita was saying, is that I think that, help me think about this, because once you put the renewable infrastructure there, well, the sun doesn't charge you, the wind either. So the business model changes fundamentally, and it does the opposite, like from concentrating, right? So this is also a geopolitical issue. So that, do you know about people or think tanks that are thinking about the geopolitical and economical shifts if we really make the transition? No, how would it work? That would be the second one. And sorry again if you want to answer. Well, no, I think I'll stay there, okay, for at least for the time being. Thank you.
Somebody want to take yes, go ahead, Richard.
There's one there. No, it's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I think I'm going to make 3 points in answer to what you said. First of all, if we're talking about financial institutions and how to get them to act. Now, Senator Galvez, you talked earlier about the importance of transparency and disclosure, and I agree that is important, but it's not enough. No. It really isn't, right? And so that goes to my second point, is I think this is where some of us are talking about the importance of financial regulation, because that is really what financial institutions respond to. Yeah, it's legislation which is then implemented into regulation. And there are two under there, to give you 2 examples. One, actually, Senator Galvez, you talked about this. Now, I appreciate that differing countries have differing sort of financial ecosystems, but if we're talking about pension funds, You know, the governance of pension funds is they have trustees who have fiduciary responsibilities to safeguard that money for the pension beneficiaries. So if you change the law, which then introduces the regulation where the trustees have to pay greater regard to climate risk, the impacts of climate change and climate risk, that is going to make a fundamental difference. Because if they don't, then arguably then those trustees can be sued because they would be breaking their fiduciary responsibilities. And so that really matters. I think, you know, that's an example of, so, you know, go into that financial regulation. Financial point, you were asking about a think tank, looks at the geopolitical stuff. I don't know about the geopolitical stuff, but I just wanted to highlight a brilliant piece of work I've just seen come out. Some of you may know of the Rocky Mountain Institute. And there's an ex-colleague of mine, a carbon tracker called Kingsmill Bond. And this guy is an absolute genius on the energy transition. And he has just brought out this brilliant new report. I'm very happy to circulate it, you know, for your, and, you know, it's just looking at the, you know, where we are on renewables, where we are in electrification, where we are in efficiency. And this really would give you as policymakers and parliamentarians great evidence to actually, you know, to talk to your governments and so on, and the financial institutions. Look, it's all there. The financial benefits. If you don't act, you're going to be in trouble because these tipping points are coming all the way along this. Anyway, so I just wanted to give a shout out to that piece of research.
Yeah, so my input was going to be quite in line with your question. So let me share some recent and some very old analysis that we have been putting forth for a very long time. In fact, last year at COP28, the term innovative sources actually landed. And from our perspective, what we have been talking about for a very long time is a range of things. One, of course, shifting fossil fuel subsidies, which we know, and we have seen G7 analysis. But if you look at global level, and subsidies have increased, as we heard this morning, they've reached to the tune of $13 million per minute. Per minute. This is IMF report, and which is trillions of dollars going annually, both direct and indirect subsidies. So that remains a major source for how we can divert that, which we also heard. There's another one, which is a financial transaction tax covering just the European Union, putting a levy on shares and bonds at 0.1%, and derivative agreements at 0.01% has the potential to raise $63 billion only in European Union. And of course, it can raise more if it is applied globally. And I'm talking of 0.1% and 0.01%, you know. So that's the kind of money we are looking at. There's a recent analysis, which is this climate damages tax report, which incidentally have been promoting it at bonds. So that's how this leaflet is in my bag, which does the analysis that if you put $5 per ton of carbon dioxide, with $5 tax on per ton of carbon dioxide this year, and keep adding $5 every year until 2030, you can raise $900 billion by 2030. And even if you keep 20% of that, so this was more linked with the loss and damage fund, you can actually transfer $720 billion to loss and damage fund and keep 180 for just transition in OECD countries alone. So this is only in OECD countries that we are talking about. So there's a range of analysis. And of course, we have talked about several other options, such as air passenger levy, you know, international air passenger levy. So many of those options are there. Military spending, it's running into trillions. So what we are doing right now as civil society, and this being a climate financier, we are going to put a massive number on, you know, what is needed for transitioning to a greener world, and of course, the resilience and loss and damage. But at the same time, we'll talk about the sources. So we are going to put that table very soon, and hopefully in the next 40 to 45 days, we will release that. So showing what is needed and how it can be mobilized. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Yes. Sorry? Can you want to introduce yourself? Yes, you don't mind.
I'm Harjeet Singh. I'm the Global Engagement Director at the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative. I'm based in New Delhi, India.
Thank you. Raul.
Question.
Oh, question. Yeah, Raul. Go ahead.
Okay.
And then, okay, you.
Yeah, good afternoon again, everyone. I'd like to ask about how or have there been efforts to say hold accountable if in whatever way that's possible the big banks who still up to now finance fossil fuel projects, because for instance in the case of our region, Southeast Asia, there's the Asian Development Bank that while it announces or has press releases that it funds like clean energy, still there are huge amounts being funneled into fossil fuel development. So in cases when the governments, I mean, the governments have a role, of course, to call out those big banks. But in cases when the governments are weak or conservative, what else can we do? What is our resort to finally call out and put an end to these kinds of funding, which of course is contrary to our overall goal of phasing out fossil fuels. So maybe have there been any experiences wherein the big banks are directly confronted? Are there any good models or practices? Any successful experiences that a certain funding has been stopped coming from those banks? Yeah.
Okay. Anybody wants to take that question, Luca? Yeah. Okay.
To you.
Okay.
Yes, thanks. So it's tough, but I think raising the risk profile of these projects with the government, I think it could be a way that conservative government, especially conservative finance minister, understand and will look at in terms of backing with public finance projects that will deliver revenue later in the year, in the years. And you also don't know what kind of revenue, because prices will change and it's a very volatile, or in any scenarios that you look of decarbonization, the price of oil and gas crash already starting this decade, because there is a lot of supplies. And in fact, today, the IEA came out with a report showing that any new oil supplies will be in excess from 2025. So which is huge, which means prices might crash. If you're just starting developing your oil field, you might not be able to sell it because there is too much. And then who's going to pay for it? Well, if you're invested from public money, you're going to lose it, right? Or if there are guarantees behind it. So I think there is a risk element, financial risk element that could persuade Marisa to look at it. Yeah, second is like, if you look from an energy security perspective, which many countries say, oh, we need that. But actually a new project, from the moment you finance it, before it starts producing, it will take years and years and years, right? And so the energy security argument is not there, at least for the first 5 years, right? Whereas if you invest the same amount of money in renewable energy or energy efficiency, the benefits are almost immediate. Today, if you invest in a solar PV utility scale, in 6 months, you get it done and you have the electricity delivered. Energy efficiency is immediate. The benefit might take maybe for buildings up to 1 year. But again, the energy security benefit of the clean energy come quicker than big projects in oil and gas. Third, I think engaging the local community the community that are affected by the projects and making sure that they are heard, that there is a participatory process for them to be heard at the central government is key, because you know, basically you have a thought about consensus, right? And say and of public interest. And then the question is, are you backing these projects? So who's benefiting from it? Is the public or are private companies? And with conservative government, you could also make an argument that if private companies want to invest, they can invest, but they put the money in it. You don't back with public money, right? Especially coming out after 2 years of record high profits. You know, like the 6 major oil and gas companies over 2 years in the world made over $250 billion in profit. So they have liquidity. So there is no reason today why an oil and gas company should ask for public guarantee or public money, because they have it in their pockets, and maybe they don't want to use it, or they give it back to shareholders, etc., etc. So there is a question of, you know, what is the best use of public money? Is it good for local community? What are the risks? What is the energy security implication? When you look at the time, the real, you know, when you get your supplies, too late, right? And I think these are some arguments. There's a lot of analysis out there that can help with probably also conservative government in some experience that we saw around the world.
Okay. Let's hear the question of Rebecca, and then Richard, if you also complete. Yes, go ahead, Rebecca.
Hello?
Yes,
Okay.
we hear it.
Thank you very much. You know, as questions come and answers are being given, a lot of things play in my mind. Then I said, okay, why can't I ask this question about now we all want to fossil fuel phase out, and the G7 countries are the countries in this business. Have we tried to see if they have any phase out plan or strategies? Because from the presentation of Mr. Richard, even the banks don't have policies to handle climate change or what, why they are giving out their monies. But these G7 countries that have committed to phasing out in oil and gas and also charcoal, do they have any plan that we can get and see how they want to phase out? Because mind you, it's not an automatic something, it's a gradual something. But do we have any plan inside that they have developed? Because to say I mean what I'm saying, I have to start putting it to paper so that when people see, they know the step I will take to phase out. That's just one. And also, whilst we are talking, Honorable Songa was asking that if we are fighting poverty or climate change, as we talk about that, you know, I start thinking of also food sufficiency. Because if we are talking about climate change, we are talking about its effect on food and agriculture. And if we want people to be alive also to combat climate change, the people should go to bed not hungry, but with something. So there is a lot of things in this whole thing, but we want to know whether we are encouraging G7 countries or G20 countries to see why they are facing out in their plans. They put in something on food sufficiency, how they can invest. Like the huge money they already have, they can invest in agriculture. And the labor thing we are talking about, they can put the people who are working in these oil and gas companies can go back to the farms and be able to work there and produce something. So these two things, do they have a phase out plan? And secondly, are they thinking in their plan of investing in agriculture or something else that will help the lives of people go on? Thank you.
Thanks. I can say something about phase out, and I will just add something as well on the central banks or the regional banks. I don't know if colleagues might want to address food security, but on phase out, so it depends which G7 countries you're talking about. Well, if we're talking about the United States, well, obviously not, actually become the biggest exporter of oil and gas in the world. And Canada is not much better, is it really? Alex, I don't know if you want to say something about France, but there's the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, BOGA. I don't know if any of you are familiar with this, where a number of national governments, mostly European, have committed. I think Italy is a associate member, maybe, right? Yeah, where they are committing to not go forward with new oil and gas exploration, and France is a member of that. So, but also I just wanted to highlight amongst G7 as well that if there is a new UK government, they have committed to no new oil and gas licenses in the North Sea for exploration. And that would be important because in the global north, there are 5 major oil and gas producers: UK, Norway, Canada, the US, and I suppose you could call Australia in a way, sort of economically OECD. So there are some developments. They're not happening quickly enough. And just I want to say you mentioned the Asian Development Bank, Raul, and maybe, have a look at their articles of association, what's in their mandate there, regarding climate risk is, I think, worth doing. And also, I just wanted to underline the importance of the World Bank in this area too, if we're talking about approaches towards fossil fuel financing and lending and so on. In other words, leadership from the top.
I would like to add on your question, Rebecca, because even though I represent the federal government in Canada, I come from the province of Quebec, that is the co-director of BOGA, Beyond Oil and Gas. So we have huge Canada in which we have 10 provinces, and some ones are pulling us down and others are pulling up. Quebec, long time ago, has decided that no more oil exploration, no more gas exploration at a high cost, because we have these international treaties that says that when you have given permits to explore, then you have to let these companies to extract. So Quebec has been taken to court, and we have paid in order to get, like France too is out of this type of treaty. Another thing that Quebec is doing is that while the rest of Canada is making agriculture big conglomerates, Bill Gates is buying a lot of agricultural land in Canada for big. In Quebec, we have decided that we want to make it smaller and smaller and smaller, and it has to be more sustainable and regenerative agriculture. And it comes to, I think I was discussing with you at lunch, the difference between an energy industry that belongs to the national government or is private. So when you compare Alberta province with Quebec, Alberta is all private and oil and gas is mostly owned by Americans. But in Quebec, it's Hydro-Quebec and it's a public. And so they go into referendums to ask us, to the public, what do we want? So when we do environmental impact assessments, the first question is for who and why. That sometimes we don't ask these questions at the federal level. Nobody asks any question. You want to do oil and gas? Let's do oil and gas. Doesn't matter why. But in Quebec, we have to answer to that question. Is it an economic lever? Is it because we don't have enough energy, and so we want to build another hydroelectric? Or is it because we want to really export to our neighbors in the States that need and want clean energy? And so we will use it as an economic lever. So just to say that even in the same country, we can have very different situations.
Do you want it? Yes. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
I can
Alexandra.
respond to the first part of the question regarding where are the plans of fossil fuel phase out in the G7 countries. I will talk about the EU countries because it's where I know a bit more. There is no plan. We have to say it like this. It's first of all, you have seen that the last COP has, for the first time in history, mentioned the need, the fact that fossil fuels are the main driver of climate change and that we need a fossil fuel phase out. But in this agreement, there is no roadmap at all. No roadmap at all, and including in the EU, of course. If we are talking about the European Union, the main focus, it's about emissions targets. So, for instance, they took commitments to reduce by 2040 their emissions. But if you really check their national plans, there is no clear mention about fossil fuel phase-out plans, especially on oil and gas. On coal, that's another story. There are some steps which have been done. But on oil and gas, there are clearly plans which are missing. So the next step, especially for our campaigns, but also for MPs in Europe and beyond, is to be sure that the next European Parliament, the European Commission, and the EU leaders commit to phase out of coal by 2030, on gas by 2035, and on oil by 2040. And we clearly need to get them on board and have clear commitments and clear roadmap at national level. What does it mean concretely? You know that countries are responsible to develop national climate plans. And in these national climate plans, they need to demonstrate a clear plan, a clear roadmap to organize a phase out on each of these energy. So that's really the next fight. And sorry to tell you that, yes, at this stage, there is no plan.
Yes, why I ask that, because for it to go down to national level, it has to start with them. They can commit to something and come out with a communique which the national level will domesticate, and they start putting it in their plans. But if it is not up there, then nothing will happen down there because there is nothing they are committed to. They can be committed to mere statements, fine. It's just word of mouth. But to show that they really mean it, they have to have something like, for example, the Paris Agreement. Every country is buying to it. That's why we are doing our NGCs. But if nothing is happening in the G7 countries to say we are committed to this one, and we come out with something, which countries will buy into it and give them timeline that you have to get it in your national plan, how to phase out. It's a roadmap. It is not automatic, but the sincerity part of it is what we are afraid of. We can be campaigning, but are they sincere to what they are saying? Depends on what they put in place to phase out.
Agree.
And this is why I think your role is very important as MPs, because what really makes a difference is the governance system of how we achieve those targets. Even if with the Paris Agreement at the COP in the G7, we say we are going to do it, the question is how you do it. And there is a number of things, for example, climate laws, or national, as you say, national energy plans. There is the long-term strategy by 2050 that every country needs to do. So if we manage to commit the government, but again, I think parliaments can commit governments to do stuff in a representative democracy, right? And so committing governments to presenting plans which have policies to get there is so important, because otherwise it's just a high-level targets. Committing government to present a proposal for a law is incredibly powerful. But again, I think civil society needs to work with parliamentarians. So if governments don't do it, parliamentarians can ask the governments to do it. right? And then I think having when you have a process for setting, for deciding what comes into the plan, it's a process that can be influenced by different voices. And you need to make sure that in this process, you have civil society that speak, private sectors that speak, faith group that speak to it. Because the risk is that, like in Europe, we have the law, we have the governance, we have the plan, but most of the influence, so who influence this plan? For example, in Italy, the gas industry has an overwhelming influence over the government, over the parliament, over the media. And to say, yes, a plan, but maybe with technologies that are not very impactful, right? Perhaps we're saying those 2030 targets are too ambitious, so we need to take time. But again, you need to have both the governance, and as many voices as possible involved, because otherwise someone else will influence for you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to invite now Anthony to continue the discussion. It's just, we are going to change moderator.
Okay.
Come. You can, no, you can.
I just wanted to add something to this because maybe my...
Good afternoon. Just before you...
you start your speech. Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
I'm just continuing from where she has left. Good afternoon, comrades. We continue from where Honorable has left, because actually the question that Honorable Rebecca asked touches on the next segment about strategies, to come up with the strategies on how we phase out the fossil fuel and how we enhance the promotion of financing for green energy. So just answer the question, because it's almost on the same line. So you can proceed and answer Honorable Rebecca's question. So that what I'm saying is, she asked a question on the strategies. So we've already started looking at some of the strategies that should be put in place. She asked if there was a timeline, if there were strategies. So now this segment is for all of us to put strategy, to suggest what are some of the interventions and strategies that we feel can accelerate the phase out of fossil fuel. So that is where we are. Thank you. So you can proceed, sir, and answer the question.
Maybe I sounded a bit negative on the fact that there is no clear plan, but we had also some successes. For instance, I can take just the example of Netherlands in Europe that has clearly not only committed to phase out on coal, but they have also developed a clear law on this aspect. And so they are shutting down coal power plants in their country. And of course, in gaining also some resistance from the companies who did some big investments in their countries. But it's just to build on what Lucas said, we cannot count on just the commitments from the private companies to fight against climate change and respect the international objectives on climate change. We need to clearly push some legislative initiatives. And for instance, Netherlands has been quite a champion on the coal aspect on this one. So yeah, I just wanted to add this point.
Okay, so next.
So on accelerating the transition, I think the way that I look at it, it's action both on fossil fuels, on transitioning away, but also supporting clean energy, accelerating that. So, I mean, I know in the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative, we talk about the two arms of the scissors. So you've got to have both sides. You've got to have the supply side policies, which are addressing continuing oil and gas and coal supply, but also what are the demand side policies, which are going to accelerate the demand for clean energy. So if we're talking about supply side, I guess the sorts of things that we're talking a little bit here are for countries to actually set phase out dates. Yeah, you know, as you were saying, Alex, out of coal by 2030, gas by 2035, and so on. And probably the first step on that is committing to no new exploration. Yeah, we're not going to issue any more new licenses, at least. There might be challenges still around existing licenses and projects, but at least no new exploration. So that's an example of a demand side policy, sorry, a supply side policy. Then on the demand side, what can governments and policymakers do to support the acceleration, the investment in clean energy? And I suppose here we are talking about some action which can help to subsidize the costs, although that should not be so necessary for the more established renewable technologies like wind and solar. It might be needed more for the less mature renewable technologies. If we're talking about offshore wind, for example, in certain countries, even newer technologies like tidal, maybe. So then what can governments, what can the international financial institutions do to support the investment in those technologies, which can then mobilize the private sector, which I think is coming back to the point we were making earlier. What can governments do with public money to help to mobilize private sector financing? And then you hope it becomes, you know, a virtuous circle where more investment goes in, the demand goes up, the costs come down, and you just have that going on in a positive way. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you very much. Any other interventions? Honorable? Okay, Honorable first, yes.
Yeah, very good discussion. I'm following up and it's hot, yes. And I have problems with why are we always talking about lobbying, advocating, gradual change and baby steps and elevators and stairs? But if you have elevators, why do you have to go through stairs? Like, am I making sense? If science tells us that we have to stop now with the facts, with the science supporting that, and we have sides, we have the investment managers, we have financial institutions, we have powerful organizations that are funding these projects, and you have on the other side, you have the governments and the government institution that receives the fund and allow the research and the projects to go on in a specific area. If you have those two sides and the science tells that you should stop now, why do we have to go through convincing each other? It's boring. I'm sorry to say that. It's very, very, and this is not only for fossil fuels. We should stop doing that. I mean, to everything that we know, because when we're talking about climate effects and climate change, we all feel that. I don't know, I'm trying also to brainstorm with you also. So my question is, after everything that we all discuss, everyone gives their ideas and the questions, what are we supposed, because if you have money to fund for fossils, and we agree that we have to leave the fossil fuel buried, if we all agree that we have to leave the fossils buried, and you have money, you want to fund something, like you have money, you want to fund, why don't you fund the renewables? If you have something to fund certain projects in the, because now we are talking about renewables, and now the world is talking about critical minerals, that those critical minerals, like some of them, the cobalt, graphite, lithium, some of them are used to make maybe solar panels, wind turbines. And we know we need solar panels to move to renewables. Why don't you shift the discussion? And I'm saying this because some of our countries, including our African countries, they are the one who negotiate with these funders, the financial institutions, so that they can give money. What is the problem? Like, why are they still funding instead of the science telling you to stop? What is behind it? I was listening to Honorable Rebecca also said, if you want to fund and you think there's something, like there's a hidden agenda. I want someone who can answer me. Is there any hidden agenda that we don't?
Honorable, we hear you. Now, before your question is answered, let me ask Honorable Rollins for a rider on the same question.
Now, which alternatives are we putting in place? So I thought this discussion of energy transition is a gradual process. Maybe Italy say we want to achieve it by 2030. Another country will say by 2040. Another country will say by 2050. It's a gradual process as we look for alternatives. That's my understanding. But also related to your question is, if the money is there, why don't we stop and start funding straight away renewable energy? When Senator Eddie Mackey was presenting, it was clear that of the money which was approved for renewable energy in the world, only 2%, actually less than 2%, reach Africa. So how can we remove that barrier that the money should reach developing world where these minerals are, set the solar farms there so that you can make them there, cut down the emission of during transportation and so on. So that is a very big question around there. Why can't we put manufacturing of these solar panels and battery at the source where there is cheap labor, the minerals are there, so that we can cut the cost? So this is the reality around there. And how can we remove the barrier of only taking 1% of the renewable energy money to the developing world, where we really need to address some of these challenges? I think I wanted to supplement, but somehow try to answer, but it's not my question.
You're asking a question and answering at the same time. Honorable Cecilia, before they intervene.
Cecilia, before you come, as we put a target for Norway, they want to receive carbon neutral by maybe 2050. Can they still use coal between now and 2050? Norway, for example.
Honorable, your turn. Microphone.
Thank you. For many of our countries, oil, gas are not only an energy problem, but also a fiscal problem, because we get revenue from it. That's Bolivia's case. And that makes it a little bit harder, to say, let's move out of it, because people I know that's Africa's case too. They're saying, where are we getting the money, to develop? That's a fair question, but I understand we have to provide answers, not just leave there and say, okay, let's dig more oil and let's see what happens. Or it's just the North's problem. It isn't. So we were talking with Rosa the other day, and we were talking about, some proposals for these cases, like debt relief or debt, erase the debt, at least from multicultural banks or swaps. And now I go to what you were talking, Francesco, from protected areas being, an easy target or an easy sphere to compensate, whatever that means, countries for not extracting hydrocarbons, right? So maybe it's easier when you have a protected area. Why? Because what you said, because the area more likely than others will be protected because many times they have everything to do with indigenous territories and because there's the crossroads with biodiversity protection, right? So it is a good place to start, that I understand. So, and then my question is, you outlined the reality and the opportunities. Do you have some concrete strategies to channel financing for that area of, of working possibilities? And then my last, this is a reflection, risk. You talked, and I read about stranded assets. I didn't know it was you. And I tried, and I'm using the argument a lot. But then the invasion of Ukraine occurred, and what appeared to be stranded assets suddenly, financing went up because prices were so high, and many of the big companies who committed to just transition to renewables themselves began, investing like crazy in new exploration. Yeah. So I'm wondering, and with proposals like CCT, I'm wondering if the concept has aged well. Yeah, if we can still, I think so, but what would be the main argument to say the risk, in spite of this spike in the prices, is still a big risk in order to be able to, to make that argument, even for public money, which is Bolivia's case, again, for fiscal reasons. And have I made myself clear? I hope so. And thank you for the patience.
Okay, you can take those questions. And maybe just a reminder, this is not a question and answer session. It's a session where we need to suggest and discuss strategies that can be employed to accelerate. So let's just have some kind of a conversation. Okay, and maybe another question, maybe before, maybe okay, Honorable.
Yes, I think one strategy we have to adopt, like you said, sorry, your name, what's your name? Yes, look at, yes. You suggest civil society working with the legislative or working with parliamentarians is a very good strategy because sometimes as parliamentarians, we don't get enough information, but the civil society can go and get information, which we will use as parliamentarians and use parliament to talk to the government, to talk to the president or those in charge, because we have the legal rights to table things, table whatever. That can be one strategy, working closely with our civil society organizations in our country, in the area, those that are working around climate change issues. That's one. And we can also collaborate in the area of tabling a bill, because sometimes, yes, we are all talking about it, but if you ask how many countries really have a climate change act, because some of these laws also enables you to put forward your case, so also put forward the case of vulnerable people. So we can also collaborate with civil society to table a private member bill around climate change and regulations that will also help the country from people that will come in to want to do anything around fossil fuel or gas. Because if we have laws, we are saying the fossil fuel companies don't have policies or the banks don't have policies, but the country also doesn't have. So if we have, they have no choice but to buy in from there, because you can't come and do any business without going through government and using the laws of government to go about your business. So if the law says, no, you won't do X, Y, Z around anything that will affect the country's emission, So that person will go back and will not invest in whatever fossil fuel or coal or whatever is doing around things that will affect the country in terms of climate change. So that collaboration with civil society as members of parliament, although we are politicians, but it's very, very good because they are the ones that goes right down to the grassroots people. Every day they are with the people. Every day they all can talk with the people. So these informations can come in and we can build some policies, laws around it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Rebecca. Over to you, sir. Microphone from here. There's one here. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable parliamentarians. And this is a very rich conversation, and I'm taking a lead and from you to, again, share something more concrete for us to know what we can use and also the discussion on how civil society can collaborate. So, and ma'am, your point on the fiscal aspect, which is extremely important. And this is where the conversations are happening at various levels. In fact, again, I would like to refer to a particular resource. The website is equityreview.org. I'll repeat, equityreview.org, which is a civil society initiative. Since 2015, we have been bringing out reports on the equitable actions that need to be taken by the global community. And again, rich countries have to do a lot more, needless to say. But the latest report that came out around COP28 actually talks about how the extraction-related equity needs to be applied. And it has specific charts plotting countries on x-axis and y-axis based on their timeline and their dependence on fossil fuel, again, in terms of revenues. And it also says which country has to provide financial resources. So that can be a very good basis for us to look at, and it's a very detailed analysis involving academicians, particularly from Stockholm Environment Institutes and many other reputed institutions. There's another report came out from Africa from one of our fossil fuel treaty partners called Power Shift Africa and leading economists. The report name is Just Transition. Again, I'll provide the team, Dinah and others, the reference and she can share with you, which also looks at the loss of revenue and how it can be, and particularly looking at Africa, which can be equally applicable for other regions. And I would also like to bring to your notice the current conversation, and I'm coming straight from Bonn here, the Just Transition Work Program, which was agreed at COP28, is another opportunity where we are looking to do exactly these kind of conversations, how we phase down, phase out, and what kind of support. Discussions on economic diversification. In fact, I organized a bilateral with the UAE because the work program is linked with UAE's name. That's where it was launched. So I was telling the UAE delegation, head of delegation, Hana, that you have experience of economic diversification. Of course, when we look at the model, it's not perfect, but you have done it. So why, UAE must take a lead in actually sharing some of those examples with the world. And then there are many such examples which are non-climate, and those are transitions, and that have actually helped raise revenues, through global trade and other resources, but not, fossil fuels. So I think there are a number of things that we also need to look at. And in my previous intervention, I missed to add a point in terms of finance. We also work very closely with economist Fadhel Kaboub, who has been a leading voice in Africa and beyond. And he continues to point out that the reality is that $2 trillion every year flow from global south to global north because of the tax evasion, because of the resource extraction. So we keep looking for money, to come in. We should also talk about how we can prevent money from going from global south to global north. So how do we, plug in those holes? So that's also a very important conversation that we should be having. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other? Okay. Richard, microphone.
Okay.
Yeah, I should answer your question, Senator, about, or your point about stranded assets, and has that argument aged well? And there's three things I would say in relation to that. First of all, the evidence is there on coal that it has. If we think in Europe, if we think in the United States as well, yeah, you know there is so much evidence now of coal-fired power plants shutting down early, or investors not coming forward to buy new ones because they're too risky. So, and even I think we're starting to hear, it's always difficult to get the full evidence and transparency what's happening in China, but I think we're getting an understanding there that, you know, some of the new coal capacity that's been built is never going to be used. Yeah, you know, I mean, because China also is leading on renewables globally, as we know. So you know, again, it's about sort of you know, what are the cheaper costs for the electricity system. Second point, you're absolutely right about, in the short term, the response to the invasion of Ukraine. We saw the commodity price spike, and that's a classic fault line, isn't it, with the market-based system that we have, where you see the companies, we want to make short-term profits, the financial institutions get in behind that. But this is my third point, and I mentioned this latest research from the Rocky Mountain Institute, where here they are talking still about these tipping points as far as the fossil fuel system is concerned. This might surprise you. So I'm reading here from what they said. Now, new fossil fuel electricity capacity actually peaked as long ago as 2010. That's been on the decline since then. That's capital expenditure on oil and gas production peaked in 2014. So that's another long-term trend. This is going on, and I'll give you a final one here: electric vehicles. That the demand and sales for internal combustion engine, in other words, petrol and diesel cars, peaked as long ago as 2017. So these are the long-term trends, which are the arguments, you know, for investors and so on, that you know, you're going to be taking major risks with your financial assets if you invest in the fossil system. I'll make sure I'll get it to Dinah, okay, and then can circulate. Yeah, right.
You can pass on the mic to Ms. Miao.
Yeah, just speaking about possible solutions and strategizing together. Just going back to my intervention before, where I mentioned the Clean Energy Transition Partnership that was signed at the Conference of Climate in Glasgow in 2021. I just want to read the objectives of the statement, the Clean Energy Transition Partnership. First, for signatories members, we will prioritize our support fully towards the clean energy transition, using our resources to enhance what can be delivered by the private sector. This support should strive to do no significant harm to the goals of the Paris Agreement, local communities, and local environments. Further, number B, we will end new direct public support for the international unabated fossil fuel energy sector within 1 year of signing this agreement. C, we will encourage further governments, their official export credit agencies, and public finance institutions to implement the similar commitments. So I just read the objectives of the Clean Energy Transition Partnership, since I'm not a big fan either of voluntary commitments, but sometimes if they're used well, they can deliver some degree of change. Because right now, if we look at the countries of members of parliament here present, besides Canada, none of your countries have this degree of international public finance, be it loans or export credits. So that's an easy commitment to take for your governments. But in this way, you can exert some additional pressure to those countries that are affecting your countries and your communities with international public finance as peers in the CTP statement. And this way, you can use this power to influence more and in a stronger way OECD countries going back to the OECD supported credits, export credits, I'm sorry. So there are easy commitments that can be taken, that can be used to exert additional pressure on especially G7 countries, since it's their money that are affecting your own countries.
Okay, next, that side. Yeah.
Yeah, so speaking about strategies, and I think Simona, that was a good example. We have a problem in the West that Western diplomacy, it's very confusing and contradicting towards those countries, including in Africa, that have oil and gas resources, because we are sending different messages. One is, yes, we need the decarbonization, the science is clear, blah, blah, blah. But then at the other hand, we're still supporting, including through public money, oil and gas. So if you're an investor, they want to invest in Africa, or if you are an African country, you say it's very confusing and contradictory. So I think, first of all, Western diplomacy should be very clear and clean. So maybe you can also ask to Western diplomats and country, what do you actually want? Because I hear too many different things. Yeah, so that clarity about science, the clarity about clean energy. So why are you backing oil and gas? So it is true that only 2% of investment in clean energy goes to Africa, but for 50 years, we were, including Italians, was very good at building pipeline, oil extractor in Africa. So if you want to work in Africa, you can do a lot of things. The problem is that the diplomacy is not there from Western, and you should ask. The demand from many African countries, the reality is that is for oil and gas. And so kind of African diplomacy is very confusing for Western leaders. And so I think we are not talking the same language. For everyone is a bit playing this game. And so interests are not aligned. And if interests are not aligned, it means that Western diplomacy doesn't invest in the regulatory system that African country needs to manage prices and contracts that actually are the key things that you need to lower the risk so that you attract investment. But Italy is not investing in building like, in sharing practice with Sierra Leone, the North African country, about how we do the renewable. Italy is spending its diplomacy, say we need gas, second gas, third gas. So, and if I am a clean energy investor, I don't look in Africa, I look in Italy because I know that is more or less stable, the framework for renewable investment. So you need to shift the diplomacy from fossil to clean. And I think it seems to me that in the African context, instead of saying gas, yes or no, I think we should ask, because lots of capital come from the West, so what is the most cost-effective way of achieving your prosperity goal, your security goal? You are agnostic about the fuels, and you say, what is it that from here to 2030 is the cheapest, most socially impactful way of providing, for example, in lots of sub-Saharan Africa, access to clean energy. And if you look at this now, 90% of the time you see that solar plus maybe battery or off-grid grid is cheaper than anything else. And so I'm not telling you solar, but I'm telling you do the math and see. The problem is, and I come from the first question of Honorable Anja, which I think is a question for a glass of wine more than discussing here. But I think there's a problem of narratives. There is a problem of narratives, right? Because your narrative, I wish it was dominant, and I wish we had leaders that have the same narrative, but we don't. We have also other narratives. And if we are very honest, your colleague had a different narrative from you.
Yeah.
Yes, and there is other narratives. Let's be honest. So the other narrative that says, actually not even gradual, they say, this is too difficult. This is too costly. We'll never be able to do it, you know? So we need to have, I think, narratives that are informed by science, but then look at how we do it. How we do it, what is the cheapest way of doing, what is the most socially impactful, and look at the impact in your country of achieving outcomes that are, again, cheaper and socially impactful. And, you know, to be honest, maybe if you can demonstrate in any African country, the new gas can do that, I would say, let's do it. But from the experience that we see from the past, from history, gas in Africa has created much more problem. Much more. Look at Mozambique. Look how much debt Mozambique has. Look what happens in the regions where Mozambique is extracting in terms of security. You look at Nigeria. Yeah, despite the evidence that kind of everyone knows, the dominant narrative is from oil and gas companies in particular that also my leaders believe is we need fossil fuels for development. Even if fossil fuel has done really little in terms of creating good quality jobs, protecting the environment, you know, securing your fiscal space. It actually, we're coming out today with a paper about the debt, climate, energy nexus in Africa and how Italy is fueling that nexus of spiraling. Because it's so it's expensive. Who bear the costs? The state bears the cost, is not the private companies most of the time. So there is plenty of evidence that should inform narrative, but let's have a very conversation about what works and what doesn't work without having an ideology for I love renewable, I love gas. Let's say what works, what doesn't work. You know, I think we should do it in the West and we should do it in Africa and have maybe a similar narrative of maybe in North Africa, solar is a good idea. Trust me, solar is so cheap. There is abandoned land and there is the technologies there. But why Italy is talking about a gas hub in the Mediterranean and not a solar hub? And it's a narrative, it's interest, and who's the influence, there is the leadership, etc., etc.
All right, let me get a reaction from this statement about one of the strategies. This report is saying simply triple investment in renewable energies and you'll have phased out fossil fuel. It goes on to say we need at least 4 trillion a year to be invested in renewable energy until 2030, including investment in technology and infrastructure to allow us to reach net zero emission by 2050. He goes on to argue that the 4 trillion is possible to mobilize. In fact, the fund is there. What is needed is commitment and accountability, particularly from the global financial systems, including multilateral development banks and the other public-private financial institutions that might align their lending portfolio towards accelerating the renewable energy transition. So what is your comment on this statement?
Yeah, thank you very much. We agreed that we are going to raise $100 billion to address climate change in developing countries under the Green Climate Fund. How much money was raised? I was in Glasgow. So many promises. Of those promises, who fulfilled? We created loss and damage fund. How much money is raised? Was it not about 700 million in Dubai? So these are some of the challenges related to this. So how do we address that? Because people want these resources, but even the promises are not being fulfilled. So where should people get money to address some of these challenges?
Thank you. Any other reactions to the statement that I read?
So, yeah, can I ask who made that statement?
Come again?
Who made that statement?
No, it's just something that popped up on.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering where the
All right, I'll
the
check.
four, the 4 trillion, because
Yes.
you know, you hear 4 trillion, you hear 3 trillion. I mean, you mentioned it earlier. We are talking trillions for sure. I think it may well be that that statement was associated with the coalition of financial institutions whom I mentioned earlier, GFANZ, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which was launched in Glasgow, where Mark Carney talked about the green wall of $130 trillion. Now, to some extent, I think that's answering your question in that where's the money going to come from? It's going to come from the private sector. It requires governments and those in the West and so on, absolutely, to do way more than the 100 billion, which was first promised back, I think it was as long ago as Copenhagen, wasn't it? Where it was promised. But then I think that 100 billion was purely about public money, wasn't it? It was from governments, whereas the 4 trillion or whatever it is, that is talking about basically private money being maybe mobilized by the public sector. So that, I think, comes back to a number of these issues that we were talking about earlier, in terms of financial institutions not only appreciating, as Mark Carney was talking about, the opportunity around renewables and what can be done to incentivize, you know, both in the south and in the north, but also what are the policies that can be put in place which can push these financial institutions to stop financing fossil fuels, especially over the longer term, and much more to be moving to investing in low carbon and clean energy. I mean, I think that's basically it. But I say basically it sounds very simple. Of course it's not, but that's actually, you know, it's that whole sort of range of policies, and you know, whether we're involving the multilateral institutions, national governments, G7, G20, all of these, but then above all, it's national government policies to disincentivize investments in fossil fuels, and at the same time, what could be done to mobilize investing in clean energy.
All right.
Chair.
Maybe
just
before, okay.
In reaction to
Yeah.
maybe supplementary. Now, along that line, what do you say about credit rating? Because much of the money will come from private sector. Some of the money may be grants, but part of it may be loans. Now, most of these countries are scoring below average when they do the credit rating. So how are they going to access these resources? Like in Africa, you only see Tunisia, Botswana, Mauritius, and some few countries. The rest are scoring below. So how do we address the question of credit rating?
I'm just looking at colleagues here might want to, because to some extent it's going into one or two of the ideas, and maybe you know, around things like debt for carbon and things like that, maybe, and new sort of ideas around this.
I would like to provide a couple of
okay, all right, Honorable.
Okay.
Think about it.
Couple of ideas and strategies. So in Canada, if you ask me the question, why Canada, G7 country, is not moving, doesn't have a plan, and is not walking the talk, for me, it's very clear the reason. And the reason is because there is collusion between the investment actors. So that's part of the research we did in order to table my bill, which is the following. If you compare the members of the board of the banks, the members of the board of the pension plans, the members of the boards of the oil and gas, you will see that there are a lot of overlappings. In fact, some people sit in 3 boards at the same time. So how somebody that is sitting at the pension plan will have the same priority when investing, when sitting also in oil and gas. So in the oil and gas, I want the profit today, right now. Everybody's looking for selling the last barrel of oil. Everybody knows that the peak, everybody knows the stranded asset, everybody knows, but right now there is a race to sell the last barrel. It's not going to be Canadian because our Canadian oil is too heavy, too expensive, too difficult to refine, but still they want. So I think that we have to do our homework and look at what's going on in our financial sector domestically and find out these things. So in my bill, we say we have to stop this conflict of interest. We have to stop it because they are deciding in their own bad decisions with our money. I can give you a very concrete example. I've been in all the last COPs. So in the Canadian pavilion, there was members of boards of bank or co-organizing panels with members of oil companies. So, you know, it's very evident. So we need more transparency. But also what we need is climate expertise in these boards. So they claim for years now that the boards have somebody with expertise in energy. And they call, yes, we have energy. But when you ask who is that person is fossil fuels. It's not a climate scientist. It's not somebody that knows solar, wind, or hydro, but just fossil fuels. So in Canada, for too long, energy equals fossil fuels, which we must change, absolutely. So another provision in my bill is to bring climate expertise to the decision board. And I can give you one more example, is that, of course, I have talked to every single bank in Canada that does the stress test scenario or the risk climate disclosure. And of course, I have talked to them. And when they introduced me to their sustainable finance hub, because all the banks have sustainable finance hub, my first question is, which one of you is a climate expert? None of them. So they are all economists using scenarios and using models that are very linear or very simplistic models that look in the past. So at one time, somebody asked me, how you will characterize, describe climate-related risk? And I would say, well, you're driving at very high speed, going in a very tortuous path, and you're looking in your rear mirror, and you're driving. You know, we are based in historical records when never we have seen this climate change phenomena. We haven't seen that. So there are many compound elements, and we are using traditional, very historical models to predict something that humanity has never seen. So I think that we have a lot of work to do. Another one thing that I can tell you is that in the House of Commons in Canada, there was a motion to force the finance minister to be brief on climate change. And the person refused. And the person refused because it is believed in Canada that if you are brief and you supposed to know, then every decision that you take that is not in agreement with what you have been briefed, then you are responsible of whatever happens. So I think accountability is very important.
Okay, thank you very much. As we wind down, Honorable Rebecca, under 1.5 minutes.
Yes, just a quick one.
Yes.
I remember when we were going to Nepal, I met with one of my ministers at the airport, and he saw the T-shirt on me, fossil fuel. He said, in our local dialogue, you, Honorable Rebecca, we are trying to get some good money you know, from the little reserve we have, and you are trying to go and say no to it. You are not serious. That's what the minister told me. I said, okay. If I'm not serious, then you know the investor that will come to put money into a reserve that is not even worth anything. But basically, what I want to say is that all this we are doing, we have to also have the political will. The political will is essential for our work. We should not be discouraged. We are doing this, if possible, not for us, our children. They are coming. They want to see what we have done. They will take it from there if we are not done. But it's good we work on it. We also ensure there is a political will. We can talk as parliamentarians. But if those that are taking decision in terms of what comes in and what goes out are not ready, it's difficult. And again, I want to tell you that those investing in oil and gas are what they are the ones that have the world money. They are very powerful. They have the money. They are the ones supporting the banks to be banks. They are the ones giving money to banks for other things. The banks are just investing the money to get their own small profits. But they are the ones putting the monies in the banks. I believe we will be able to talk to them to say, you can invest in something else, not only oil and gas, but to tell you we should have these two things at the back of our mind, that those that have the money, they have the money. It is true. They can influence anything. And if there is no political will, especially if it's a government like in Africa, we are very poor. They can, even if you see the reality, but you need money, they can bend them to get money. The last thing I want to add is that capacity, knowledge building around this issue is very small. Ask ministers of government, how much do they know about climate change? How much do they know about what is happening in the world? They can't. So they are not seeing the reality of what is happening. For some of us coming here, we can go back. We share it in our meetings. But a lot of them working in government, a lot of them don't even know what is happening, the damage that is happening to our environment. They don't know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I get a last reaction from Luca, let me invite Honorable Anje to make a submission in 1 minute.
In 30 seconds.
Please do.
Honorable Rosa reminded me that in Africa, we have this saying that if you want to kill a dog, you give it a bad name. And that also goes the other way around. If you want to glorify something, you give it a good name and you praise it. And it becomes, I remember in all Bible knowledge and the Quran and all the teachings, people were exchanging, they were exchanging goods by goods. And someone came out and said, this paper is money. And everyone agreed that this is money. You reminded me that. Because if those people who are powerful and they're in charge, that's why we are here, because there's some so-called G7 summit and stuff. If they can say that this is the way to go, then they will
happen.
Rally behind it. That's why I think that's why we need to continue lobbying and advocating.
Thank you very much. Yes, you final submission to conclude the segment.
On the money question.
Yes.
So there are different ways, the bilateral, multilateral, and the private sector. And we need to mobilize all of that to get to these numbers, 3 trillion, 5 trillion. So the bilateral one is where we failed the most. So we were reminded about the 100 billion that we didn't deliver. The problem is that in our society in the West, today is really difficult to make the case for international aid when we have a cost of living crisis, high inflation. It's very, very difficult for politicians. And you are politicians. And so you will understand how difficult it is because you want to use the money at home for your things. But then we are saying, look, there are promises, there are needs, there is development, that et cetera, et cetera. So I think we in the West, we need to make a better case for, development, but I would say solidarity, which is a word today that the things get lost completely in the West. We don't have a politics of solidarity anymore, which is a politics of friendship, that we need to say to our leaders, to our people, why it is important to do that. But if we don't do that, the leadership will not deliver the bilateral fund, and we need to rebuild in the West because we're losing it. I think it's easier with a multilateral development bank, and there is this campaign of tripling the capitalization, so tripling the lending capacity of multilateral development bank by 2030. And this is huge. And this is where G7 country, I think everyone should ask G7 country as a shareholder to support the increase of the general capital. So it's called general capital increase of the MDBs. And the MDBs can leverage then the capital 10, 15 times. So there would be a lot of billions that are raised from the capital market and distributed towards developing countries. So that MDBs reform, the multilateral development bank reforms, can also mobilize much more capital through different mechanisms, through using the callable capital, through using SDR. So there's a numbers of ways how the MDBs can reach those levels. But we collectively need to ask the leadership of the bank and the shareholders to do that over the next few years. And again, if Biden wins the election, the US will have the G20 in 2026. So there is a potential 3-year strategy towards the G20 and the US leadership to say, first at home, they need to build, I think, a politics of solidarity towards the world, because it's not there. Second, they need to invest in the MDBs, in the multilateral development bank system, so that in the second half of the decade, we scale up the finance, the flows towards Africa and many other continents. And the third one is the private sector. But the private sector really needs, as I said, in your country, plans, laws, regulatory system, and also pipelines of projects. Where are the projects? So even if we are success in raising the 3 million, the question is, how do you spend it? Where do you put it? Has Tanzania have already a project for 100 billion of projects tomorrow? No, it takes time. But the problem is, if the money comes, your country needs to be ready to have investment plan to say, we want to invest in very specific, which technology, fossil fuels or renewables, which infrastructure. So you need to be able to have a pipeline of projects and a regulatory system that say, these are the costs, these are the price, and there is stability. And then you drive private sector investment there. So, you need to do a lot of work at home as well on those practical things, on which projects. And that's your choice. And it's oil and gas interests that will decide which projects, or are the people, the parliamentarians, et cetera, et cetera. That's a big question for you to work it out. And so we shouldn't blame each other when something doesn't work, because everyone has to do their own work. And if someone is not doing their work, it's not going to happen. Because if we raise money, but you don't tell me the projects, I don't know where to put it. If I don't raise money and you have the projects, you blame me because the money is not there. So we need to just work all together and, in all countries, without also avoiding a blaming situation, but build that kind of politics.
Okay, thank you so very much. Let me take this opportunity to thank the panelists for your reservoir and wealth of knowledge on the topic at hand. So let us give them a round of applause. So there are a few issues that we have agreed during this segment, that in fact it is possible to mobilize finances, and also technology infrastructure is available. All we need to do is to have clear and robust policies, and also do it in a more transparent manner, so that the process we undertake is transparent. and also to be consistent and to promote solidarity. So you may revert to your seats, please. At this juncture, let me invite Honorable Rebecca to come and conclude the day. Honorable Rebecca, most welcome.
Yes, let's all still give a round of applause to Honorable Anthony. But whilst we are doing that, can we please stand up? Let's stand up. We've been sitting long. It's boring, you know, stretch out a little bit. You know, it's good, eh? Yeah, stretch out a little bit. Okay, thank you. Let's sit down. We have now come to the end of this inquiry session. We started this morning with a very good spirit, and I see the spirit is still flowing in us to ensure we come out with key points that will take us forward. And I'm here in that capacity to just take like 30 minutes to just give you out key points that we discuss in these inquiry sessions. Yes, as MPs and speakers, I think we share we said the G7 countries they don't walk the talk. They'll just talk, but nothing is happening. Lip service, I call it lip service. Also, the G7 and the EU must have a clear roadmap. Those were the last discussions we have. With a clear roadmap, we know where we are going. They should not just talk to us saying we are doing X, Y, Z, and there is nothing to show where they are going, how they are going about it. We also discuss especially roadmap for phasing out for fossil fuel and oil, gas, including subsidies. No clear roadmap. The G7 priorities, fossil fuel over clean energy with $25.7 billion pumped into fossil fuel projects annually. We also talked about, we compared to a mere 10.3 billion in clean energy. We compared that to a 10.3 billion spent in renewable energy. Additionally, the G7 countries provided a shocking $2 billion in fossil fuel subsidies in 2022. Can you imagine? They have that money, they can put it in fossil fuel, while major G7-based banks finance a staggering 700 billion in fossil fuel project last year alone. That is in 2023. Wow, it's increasing from 200 billion investment to 700 billion in 2023. Also, we discussed about the historic decision at the COP28 climate finance in Dubai. That is transitioning away from fossil fuel has seemed to be becoming little more than a faint memory. The same lip service, the same lip service. In fact, there was a publication that in Dubai, the big firms went there to discuss more on how they can invest in fossil fuel than even the COP28. It was just a meeting to talk to people, but they are in a call meeting. That was the allegation. We also discussed about the world must the world must seize the moment to phase out fossil fuel for good. And G7 countries can and must lead by example. How can they lead by example when they don't have a roadmap? They should. So as MP, I don't know how to pronounce some names here. Chaudhry said, we have made some progress, but we have work to do at COP29 in Baku and COP30 in Bilim. We need to hold the G7 to account. You know, sometimes I normally says, every year COP, and we are not seeing enough results. So I think COP should be like every 3 years, so that when people are coming, they come with results, tangible results. You can't plan, you plan this year, and you think next year people should come with results. Is it possible? No, it is not. So we need to move from billions to trillions in climate finance, including the energy transition. It is very important. Transitioning from fossil fuel to renewable or clean energy has a lot to do for us. We can invest in health, education, agriculture, and so on and so forth. And still, people's lives can go on. Those that have the money, they can still get the money from these things. But they want quick and fast money. That's why they invest in fossil fuel. We also discuss how parliamentarians can help phase out fossil fuel financing and fund renewable energy system. A recurring point is the need to engage finance ministries. You know, it's good we engage finance ministries and even the minister to advise governments on spending, how to spend the money. We have to direct the country's money. That is if the finance minister also has the knowledge about climate change, its effects, and how to move from fossil fuel to renewable energies. We need to get more involvement in budget discussion and national plans. Yes, there is need as parliamentarians. Sometimes we don't take part in national debates in terms of planning and even budgets. If you don't take part, your voice cannot be added. In some countries, they are undertaking climate change initiative, but like my country, but when you look at the budget, there is nothing, not a special line for climate change. They will say it is in the Ministry of Environment, so there is no special line for climate change. Then how sincere are they to fight climate change? We need to identify low-hanging fruits such as indigenous protected areas and small and medium-sized businesses looking at transition to clean energy. We discuss about that. And lastly, I think we discuss, the last speaker, Luca, was talking about we should avoid blame game in these of our fights, you know, to say, no, it's a parliamentarians, no, it's a civil society. We should ensure we come together and see how we can fight, because we as parliamentarians are representative of thousands of people. So we have stake in whatever we are doing for our people. I think we have some other points, good points that came out. I don't know if members want to contribute to it, or we can move on to the other item on the agenda that talks about the parliamentary call to G7 statements that we have prepared. Can we move on, or we have other? Let's move on. Okay. Yes. We have this parliamentary call statement that we have made to the G7, and from what I saw, a lot of parliamentarians that are part of this movement have signed to it. And I believe if those in the G7 have seen it, then, so yes.
Hi, everyone. Just a brief background. We sent this sign-on statement to parliamentarians around the world, And in a matter of 3 hours, there were 50 parliamentarians who have signed on to this statement addressed to the G7 economies for tomorrow. So Honorable Rebecca will read it now. Sorry?
Can they put it so that others can see it or?
It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have the copy then? Thank you.
So I start.
Okay. So I'll read the statement now. As members of Parliamentarians for a Fossil-Free Future, we stand united in our call for urgent and transformative climate commitments at the Group of 7 Leaders Summit. The G7 countries, as major economies and significant contributors to global greenhouse gas emissions, have a unique responsibility and capacity to lead the way in the fight against climate change. Our demands. We hereby call on the G7 to lead by example and pursue the following: a rapid and just phase out of fossil fuels and direct transition to renewable energy systems. Number 1, halt direct and indirect public financing for fossil fuel projects. This includes ending subsidies for coal, oil, and gas development, both domestically in the G7 countries and internationally, and mandating public financial institutions to develop and implement plans to stopping all forms of public support for fossil fuels. There should be clear timelines and accountability mechanisms. Number 2, redirecting fossil fuel subsidies and public financing towards renewable energy sources. Number 3, implementation of policies to phase out private financing for new fossil fuel projects. This includes coal, oil, and gas extraction, as well as associated infrastructure projects. Number 4, halting the approval and development of new fossil fuel extraction and infrastructure projects, including coal, oil, and gas. Number 5, developing and implementing a comprehensive plan to urgently phase out existing fossil fuel projects. This plan should include clear timelines, targets, and accountability measures to ensure a rapid transition away from fossil fuels. Number 6, stop the promotion of gas as transition fuel and the promotion of false solutions that lengthen the life or delay the phase out of fossil fuel projects. Number 7, investing substantially in renewable energy infrastructure and technologies. Provide financial and technical support to accelerate the deployment of renewable energy solutions, ensuring that they are accessible and affordable to all. Commit to an equitable and just transition. Plan and implement an equitable, just transition that supports workers and communities currently dependent on the fossil fuel industry. Investments in reskilling, social protections, and community-led renewable energy projects are crucial to ensure that no one is left behind. Then scaling up of delivery of climate finance. The G7 must fulfill their obligations to deliver public, adequate, new and additional and non-debt creating climate finance for developing countries. Climate finance should cover mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, and just transition. There should be massive scaling up of commitments far beyond the 100 billion annual pledge, which is only a small fraction of the amount needed and due to developing countries. Then strengthening NDCs. The G7 must submit more ambitious nationally determined contributions that enshrine the phase out of fossil fuels and align with the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold of the Paris Agreement. This includes setting clear science-based targets for reducing emissions and enhancing resilience. The time for action is now. The science is unequivocal. We are running out of time to prevent the most catastrophic impacts of climate change. The recent IPCC reports have highlighted the urgent need for rapid, far-reaching, and unprecedented changes in all aspects of society. As G7 leaders gather in Apulia, Italy, We implore them to recognize the gravity of the crisis and rise to the occasion with bold and decisive action. Our commitment. As parliamentarians, we pledge to hold our governments accountable for their climate commitments and to champion policies that drive the transition to a fossil-free future. We will work tirelessly to ensure that justice, equity, and human rights are at the heart of climate actions. We invite fellow parliamentarians worldwide to join us in demanding that the G7 leaders take the necessary steps to safeguard our planet and future generations. Together, we can create a just and sustainable world for all. We urge the G7 leaders to seize this moment and lead the world towards a fossil-free, equitable, and resilient future. The time for action is now. Here are the signatories, almost 50 of them, and there will be more. There are more coming before we submit this. We hand this over tomorrow. Thank you.
Let us give her a round of applause. These are very strong words. And we believe if the G7 countries receive this statement from us as parliamentarians, well, if they don't listen, that means they are very strong at it, because the words are solid and they are also emotional. You know, reading them, you feel like crying, in fact. Thank you very much, Diana. For closing, I want to use this opportunity to thank all of us for coming. It's been a very long day. It's been a very long flight yesterday for some of us, but it's good. We know we are fighting a just cause. We know we are fighting for tomorrow. We are fighting for a brighter future, and we will not regret it, even in our graves, to say, yes, we started this. Some have left us today, but we still continue this fight. And as we go back, as civil society, as members of parliament, as even other people that you think you are not either civil society or member of parliament, think that you are human and your life is very important. The lives of our people are also very important. Just think of that. Then we continue the fight to save the world and save the lives of our people. Thank you very much. Okay, Diana will come and give us some announcements. Thank you.
Thank you. So the global support team of the Parliamentarians for a Fossil-Free Future